Welcome, everyone. This is Saturday Evening Chats, episode 82. And tonight we are joined by the co host extraordinaire, Mr. Mr. DM Foss.
Good evening.
And we're going to play his produced intro.
In a world of uncertainty and turmoil, one man stands alone, along with his faithful sidekick. A man who entertains and educates the masses weekly, 70% of the time. Born out of the dusty plains of Washington State, now from the coastal forests of Oregon. The man, the myth, the man, G23.
So, first in this evening was Carolina EDC. Followed, if I can get my mouse to work. I think followed by Burnaby Sanchez and Mr. G Webbs. So Carolina EDC, G Webbs, Burnaby Sanchez, Rob D. Then it was crap. Bulldog, Single Shot, and Mr. Tim S. who are here so far. So I'm gonna touch a little bit on it, not really a whole lot. I did a live stream on Wednesday listening to the oral arguments on the New York pistol and rifle versus Braun case that's sitting in front of the SCOTUS. And there was a couple good arguments that I heard from, or questions that I heard from the justices, and then there was some pretty crap responses that I heard from both sides. Now, my opinion, New York's Attorney General, she was fumbling all over herself, and I was waiting for her to completely crack and start screaming, because it kind of sounded like that's what she was about to do. So, you have any thoughts on what you heard Wednesday?
Well, it like we were talking about in the pre-chat. I think it was Sotomayor. I'm not sure if it was her or the I forget the other justice, but and
Scalia?
No, because I thought it was her. I don't remember her and God, now I forget what I was talking about in the pre-chat. But there were two justices that basically said they don't want more guns in the public hands, and that's not, that's their personal opinion, which had nothing really to do with the case at hand.
Yeah, there was. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, there were a couple things that came up that were like that. When they're talking about Times Square and a lot of people and more guns. Well, that's not what's being argued. I didn't think that was part of what was being argued. That's their personal opinion that they don't like guns and they don't want more guns out in the public hands. And there's and the other thing that kind of came up a couple times was you don't need a gun if you live in a safe place. Which, yeah, if you're in a safer, you live in a safer city, neighborhood, whatever, it's less likely that you will need one. But crime doesn't care where you live. If a criminal wants to target somebody, they will target them where they feel it is most opportune. Not based on this is a safe neighborhood. Oh, we'll go to the crappy neighborhood to commit crime or rob somebody.
Yeah. And I think it was Kavanaugh who pretty much said it the best, was when he said about how many illegal firearms are in New York every night on the subway, on the buses, just being carried to commit crimes, and to deny the honest everyday citizen the ability to protect themselves, just due to the fact that there's possibly law enforcement around. I'm not exactly sure why the New York Pistol and Rifle attorney didn't comment back that SCOTUS has ruled a couple different times that law enforcement has no duty to protect you. So to then try arguing that just because law enforcement is there, that offers a protection, and that the average Joe does not need a firearm. I don't know about you, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. So I see we have the gun snob in the crowd. Uncle John is out there. Mystic Gun is out there. Burnaby must have been able to get off work. Michael Hurtneck is out there. Single Shot is out there. Mr. Warsaw Patriot. Echoes Reloading Chamber. So, thank you all. Rob D, what's going on?
How's it going, everybody? Thanks for having me. Thanks for joining us. And just so you're aware, you just order 2 identical cakes and don't tell anybody about the second one.
I guess that's a Yorker thing. So I see we have Mr. Andy 79Z28 out in the crowd. So I know you've been on a couple probably different panels that have discussed the SCOTUS, and you're probably like, God, I'm getting friggin' tired of this bull crap. But you have any pros or cons that you saw in there that kind of just reached out and got you?
No, not for me. I've seen it, saw a bit of it. I heard a lot more about it than I actually seen. When it comes to court in New York or anything like that, I'll believe it when I see it. So I'm not going to make predictions or what I think or anything like that, unfortunately. So honestly, I'm not up on it enough to give a good opinion, for one. And for two, when you think you got to figure it out, something usually ends up screwing it when it comes to New York. So I hope for the best. I can state that. Yeah, hopefully we get something out of it that maybe we can build from in a sense. But I'll wait and see how it ends up, honestly, before I make any predictions.
Yeah. So I see M. Gabriel has popped in and Mario is out in the crowd. So again, welcome, guys. Well, so I know, I want to say it was Roberts who was making the comment about the licensing scheme that the United States puts on the Second Amendment. And he referred a lot to New York and stuff, but was saying that how can you justify requiring a permit or a license on a constitutional right? We don't require it on any First Amendment rights. And Mr. Mario asks if I do not have Discord. Not at all. And so the way they were pushing, it's kind of sounded more like he was pushing towards a national constitutional carry. Now, do I honestly think we'll get that? Oh, I would be optimistic to say, yeah, I would love to see that coming out of this. Yes, there's probably going to be a poll. I need to pull up the YouTube side of this.
Keep in mind, normally it's something in the middle what ends up coming out of court, some form or matter. So, from what I hear, we're only hearing from one side at this point. So it's gonna sound a certain way, and then maybe next week we'll hear from the other side. It's gonna sound a certain way. So, it's what they interpret and take from that, then for us to make assumptions on what we think. I feels kind of naive. I guess we can throw darts at it or something, but there's no way of really knowing. None of us live with one of these people and have seen inside their head, or we don't know. We can all assume. I mean, take bets.
Now,
actually, that's probably not illegal.
When the case was going on Wednesday, we did actually hear from both sides during opening arguments and everything. And we heard, I do believe we heard from all 9 justices in what they were, their questions and stuff like that. It was a little over 2.5 hours long. I do have the stream on my channel from Wednesday. So,
how many laws in the gun world or decisions don't make sense to us? Yeah.
Oh,
that's all I'm pointing out.
Oh, hell yeah!
I wouldn't be shocked if we're not thrilled. I don't think we'll be devastated, but then again, I don't want to make accusations. But I doubt we're going to be happy doing cartwheels.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on what my opinion is. I'm trying to create a poll right now.
Oh, can the mouse man just sneak in there and tell us what's going on? Well, they got cats guarding the place or something? You scared?
Yeah, keep talking that shit, buddy.
Come on, man. Pull some of that ninja shit. You 1 second you're there, 1 second you're not. You got this.
I was kind of doing something, so I was only half paying attention.
Operation Gouda.
I like Gouda. Gouda is good.
There we go.
A nice
The
smoked
plan,
Gouda.
folks. What about feta?
No, I don't care for feta.
You just don't like it at all, or you just haven't found a good combination with it?
Just didn't care for it.
All right. I think it's good on some salads, and also the lady does this feta chicken, we call it, where she like peels the skin back and stuffs it with the cheese. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness! If I would have thought it, I wish. Damn it! I should have got here sooner. I would have placed that as my order. So
Okay, so I see we have Defense Dad out in the crowd. Feta is delicious. Now, if you're talking traditional feta,
everybody's got different tastes. I like it, but everybody's got different tastes.
Now, are you talking about like a traditional feta where you have your 50-50 mix of goat cheese and regular cheese, or are you talking about just your feta that's from cow's milk?
I don't know. I'm looking for a package, but I don't know if we have any. It's expensive. Comes in a little block. Looks like a brain.
Yep. So does blue cheese.
Don't have any.
Yeah, Mario was
Like-
talking about the Buddha's hand fruit. It's like a kind of like a fat palmed hand with stringy fingers.
Gouda is good. A nice smoked Gouda. So I do have a poll out in the crowd. I'll let it run for a while and see. I have it as what is it? What do you think will happen with SCOTUS? Stay the same, shall issue, or constitutional carry is your 3 choices.
And the winner gets a date with G23 and his nice on.
Defense Dad says Asiago on top of a good steak. That's not a bad option.
Well, I just have one question. Why would you put that on a good steak? I thought, my line of thinking is you only put like sauces and crap on a bad steak to get through eating it, chewing it, and it's like bubble gum. But good steak, why put anything on that except for maybe some salt? Maybe I'm crazy. Like I said, everybody's got different tastes, but damn.
I agree
I think
with
the
you.
cheese would kill the steak. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I like Philly cheesesteak, so just seems like an expensive meal.
Yeah, but Philly cheesesteak is a sandwich, so it's different
Sure.
than a steak.
So, glad you guys enjoyed the outdoor videos. And G-Web says, crap. In my opinion, at a time when the antis are losing so much, Do we settle for stopping the fight, or do we insist on repeal of infringing laws?
I'll be
I say-
happy. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll be happy with shall issue. I will consider it a win, and no, it's not where we should stop. But all these infringements weren't done in one big block. You know, there was slowly chipping away, and I think that's what it'll take to get it back. You know, this would be a big step forward, but keep chipping away. And if we get a big win, great. If we get a small win, great.
Bullshit. I want reparations from the state of New York for holding me down, making me pay all that money, telling them what I ate last week. I want it all back, damn it. All back if this changes. All right, well, it's funny to me.
Damn it. Mike's muted. Inline damn Mike. So, to answer Mr. G Webb's question, if we've got them on the ropes and we've got our foot on their throats, no, we don't let up. We keep going. We keep, until, but like Foss was saying, it's not going to be just a one-punch knockout. We're not going to get everything back in a single day, and so as long as we keep pushing forward, with hearing with them at this point still hearing the New York case, I think that gives us a good hope that we will then again start to be able to get some of the 9th District cases up into SCOTUS. And again, that will help start, getting our rights back. So, are you showing off your kitty?
Yeah, I was.
Hey, Rob, is that display on the R&L Displays Instagram post, is that a new model or just a prototype?
New model that is available. It's actually a couple models available.
So, I do have a link to R&L Displays pinned at the top of the chat. Along with use code G23 for 15% off. I do know, I think Rick's Life has his code. Gizzard Gary has a code also. So if you don't want to use mine, there's still other people's codes you can use to save yourself a couple bucks. But just remember, mine is the shortest code to be able to type. So if you want to spend all that time typing out Gizzard Gary or Rick's Life or Travis P11 or whoever else, that is definitely your choice. Just remember, letter G, and 2-3. That's 3 keys you gotta type versus like 35.
That Instagram photo is I believe it's 2 guns on a single display, just kind of showing off the strength of it. So apparently, when I was sending some photos around asking people's opinions, I was asked if it would hold a loaded firearm. Now, just for public record, I gotta recommend you display all your firearms empty, but it does hold a loaded firearm, and in fact, it'll hold 2 on a single display. So the rod's plenty firm enough to support your gun. Trying to say that without it getting too creepy, but I think you get what I mean. So it's not a flimsy rod, so definitely shouldn't be any sagging or limp issues or anything like that.
Are we really talking about limpage?
Apparently, that's an issue with some of your subpar displays, so I've been told. So
I brought up a picture if you share my screen, G23.
Good, it would be a lot better than trying to find. I guess that's one way of doing it, with them stacked on top.
Well, it just goes to show it will hold. So I assume if you have a heavier revolver or anything like that, it should work. Now, I haven't stood on the bar. I mean, it is aluminum, don't get me wrong, but as far as it sagging or not holding the firearm properly, you can put some pretty heavy firearms on there, considering it's holding 2 with no problem.
Clover Tax asking, what's the rod coated with?
High-tech plasti dip.
Well, Mario, have a great time at work. Sorry to see you go. So, M. Gabriel says, is it double-ended so that you can get 2 on them?
No,
on there?
Although that is a model that's available where you can get them, so it'll hold 2, so they're actually kind of dueling, pointing at each other, or you can rotate the rods around. There's pictures should be on the website, I believe, and you can display them side by side, kind of on an angle, so you can actually, if you're doing a show comparing 2 firearms, you could have them both on the stand and point from A to B without touching, of course, to, follow the guidelines, but you could actually visibly see the differences or whatever you may be doing, or just display them. And again, you can just spin the rods back around, and now they're like a dueling pair, kind of.
So like this?
Pretty much, yep. That would be the dueling image in a sense, I guess you would call it. And I believe there's one of them on the side too as well somewhere. If not, I can email you one, but
that just shows you color.
It might be in one of those side photos. I'm not sure if it's been added in.
So,
and it was also displayed on. I'll just send you. I'll email you a photo.
So yeah. And those are made in New York, of all places. Kind of coincidental that They're being made in New York while we have a SCOTUS case trying to fight New York.
Clovertac is asking, are there barrel length issues? What about revolvers since they are back heavy? And M. Gabriel is wondering what the diameter of the rod is.
Would it work for a 22?
Sorry, trying to get back to the right screen. Let's see if I can answer all those. 22, no. The rod's 1/4 inch, so it's 380 and up, basically. I was thinking of making a 22 model with a thinner rod, but obviously that's, using that rod for this would probably give me the issues other people have with limp rods or whatever. So, and there was a third question, I think. I think that covered 2.
Are there...
Oh.
Clovertac says, are there barrel length issues? What about revolvers since they are back heavy?
I haven't tested a revolver, but considering I placed a shield on the back of the Smith & Wesson M&P, I would assume it would be okay. I can't say 100% because I haven't seen it, but I would be willing to bet on it or reimburse it, I guess. So I would think that would be fine. Obviously, if you're looking at like a 16-inch Rough Rider or something, that's probably going to be a problem, but a normal 5-6 inch barrel, I wouldn't see being any issue at all.
So is this the one you were talking about?
Correct. That's the side angle. Obviously, you can rotate them a little more one way or the other, and it looks like they're not perfectly in line or parallel or whatever proper term is, but it gives you the idea. And I ended up coating the aluminum bar. I know I've asked people about this earlier, the last time I was speaking of something like this, maybe even Clover. Some people seem to be against coating it. Some were for, some didn't seem to care. I'll just state publicly I chose to coat it for the reason that the aluminum bar, when you buy it in stock, like some of it has colors on it, like they paint the ends, there's, scuffs, marks, all this stuff. So to polish it down, I think would take longer than it is for me just to coat it. Not that every piece looks like bar stock in a sense, but it would be harder to get a uniform finish. So that's why I went with the high-tech, advanced tactical Plastidip formula. So I figure at the worst, it's a slight, rubberized coating, little double protection, plus gives a more uniform finish that's easy to repeat. So I don't have to worry about some being polished more than others, this and that. Try to get it so everything's uniform. So nobody gets shorted anyway or any form like that, or the quality.
So we have Kingpin who's popped in, Clovertac who's popped in, Mike White has popped into the crowd, and Miss Vanessa Kitty has joined us. So welcome everyone. And we have been joined by the Mr. Artak and Daughters. Possibly.
That guy. Oh, great. Oh, he's here.
Oh yeah, Tom the Miss with Rob.
I see you've copied the same image that Rob has, which is just let's go white.
Time for me to jump on.
Yeah, something against white people or what? What's your problem, man?
Since I am white, even if I did have something against white people, that'd kind of be, stupid being since you are white.
Well, I don't know now. I've been called a racist a couple times myself, so I don't know.
Are you being called a racist, or are you being called a sellout?
No, I mean, if you didn't vote for Biden, you were a racist, right?
No, if you didn't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Okay.
That's what he said. So I see we have Mr. Knives out in the crowd, who came on and gave a little bit of his opinion on the tail end of Wednesday's live stream. So
I assume Dutch chocolate took the win then.
probably. So Uncle John says, I just don't like people, period. So, Artek, did you pay any attention to the SCOTUS case on Wednesday?
Yeah, I saw bits and pieces of it.
What's your little thoughts about it?
I think it could go our way. I'm leaning towards that it'll go our way.
Yeah, I'm really leaning on a 5-4 decision, possibly a 6-3 decision, but I'm thinking it's going to be probably like a 5-4 decision. Just kind of my funny feeling. And Miss Gunpowder Beauty is out in the crowd. So
That girl rocks.
yeah, she does. I got
Violently
released
with
the video.
apple pie moonshine.
Yep, that ends up putting her in a situation that she's in right now. So, I got my press from Mr. JH586, Mr. Jamie, the Georgia Shooting Connection guys, Kyle Lusk. Tread threw in some cases, some unused, unfired cases, and got some cast lead. I believe Kyle Lusk did some of the casting. I know Jamie did some casting. Not sure if anyone else did, but I did release a video, and everyone that I know that was involved with it, I put their channel and links in the description. So I have not found the powder that I'm looking for, so I may have to change my thoughts on what my first powder is going to be.
You can't use any of that white stuff.
What's wrong with using white powder?
Is she still on parole?
Yeah.
Big Al's out in the crowd. Mr. Gun-loving Grandpa's out there. Oh, look who's out! Look who's out in the crowd. The better half is out there. Oh,
Your
so
wife finally joined the chat.
well, somebody's wife has joined the chat.
Happy pecan Ron.
Oh, boy, it's hard to find good help these days.
So Miss Gunpowder Beauty says finding primers and powder is almost impossible in town. We'll have to order them most likely. Well, Mr. Hurtneck, one of the great guys in the reloading community, possibly sent me some primed cases. So all I have to do is put some powder in there.
Why
So-
did you close them the way you did on your video? It's like you dumped the ones right on the other one. Soon when you open that up, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Or did they all magically stay in the phone?
What do you mean? All I did, so I opened the outside bubble wrap, but they were still inside a plastic bag on the inside of the
Yeah,
bubble
but
wrap.
when you did your
So-
video, you took the two containers of the phone with the tops of the cases up, the primers, and then you put them on top, like sandwiched them together. So aren't you going to struggle trying to open that back up, even if you hold it sideways and try to pull it apart? You're going to be dropping shells everywhere.
I'll have to look what you're talking about, but every single one of them was put back into their own boxes that they came back in, and will be getting put in a reloading / office hopefully here pretty soon. Big Al says he was by a small gun show and they had large and small pistol primers, but didn't need them and they were a little high. So I know Rob doesn't know much about 40 cal, which it's a way better of a round than 9mm any day of the week.
You throwing one? Just don't need to compensate. I can hit what I'm shooting at.
So I came across some 120 grain 40 Smith & Wesson. So you're talking, it's right there in the 9mm grain wise. Normally like 115, 124. So that's that coming out of a 40 or even loading it into a 10. That light of a projectile is probably going to come screaming out of that barrel.
That's the problem with 40. It's always got to try to do the job of something else. Why can't 40 just be 40? 40's not cool enough?
40 stands alone by itself. I mean, it has no problem.
I don't know.
And
A lot more people in the cafeteria at the 9mm table. More than they'll admit.
Wrists.
Yeah. Honestly, 40 caliber has the same advantages as 9mm because they share powder. You can share powder. They can share bullet technology. So the whole argument over 9 and 40 is really just retarded. And Rob, for you being a Smith and Wesson guy and not loving 40 Smith and Wesson, I'm gonna have to check your Smith and Wesson card on that one.
Well, he's
Hey,
a
I didn't
secret.
say there isn't a place for it. It's just, behind my 9mm.
Secretly, he has a Glock, and he just doesn't want to tell anyone. I'm just not supposed to tell anyone.
Stop snooping, man.
I mean, I have a whole bunch of Glocks, and I have two, not one, but 240 M&Ps. And you don't have none, there's something wrong with that.
So, Rick White says 120 grain 40. That is going to be screaming. The 135 grain I use is 1,400 feet per second. Yeah. Now, you probably will be able to easily so
Wait a minute, what's
Jamie-
my Underwood? I got some Underwood here, 40. Let me see what those are.
Jamie says 120 grain is too light for me. Those bullets I sent you are rated 175 grains. So yeah, those should do the. Is that the soft or the hard? Are they both 175 grain? In the soft cast versus hard cast. Yeah. I showed what those looked like earlier, but I'm going to pull them back up. So yeah, these things are, and these guys put out some super light. You can get some 120 grain 277 MTAC loads. So, but
Yeah, but how are they going to perform? Are they actually
They're
going to do decent, or they just come out screaming and tumble, or what? They
So they-
stabilize. Are you going to
Probably-
get penetration?
Probably over
Yeah.
penetration.
actually, they have on there after 1.5 to 2 inches of penetration, 4 blades are engineered to shear off and radiate out in a star pattern, while the blunt trauma base continues to penetrate 14 to 16 inches in ballistic gel.
Boxes say a lot of stuff.
Well, these are just the projectiles.
Yeah. No, yeah, obviously there's going to be a difference between different barrel
Yeah.
lengths and whatnot, and
And powder and your powder charge.
Yeah.
You know, depending upon how these are 100% lead free, they're solid copper. So you could use them in California. They are definitely a little on the high side, but for a defense round, that's what these are designed for, is a self-defense. So
You're getting all types of goodies, huh? Getting brass, getting lead. Pretty soon you're gonna get a
I've
little
got,
ammo girl to show up and reload it for you.
I thought that was what I was going to get the wife to do. I mean, you're talking, you can get a 105 grain 357 or 140 grain.
Vanessa Kitty's saying she can't have solid metal in her state.
You can go with a little heavier and go with a 190 grain. So 150 grain right here, 150 grain 44. That would have definitely come screaming out of your firearm.
Is that some EPA thing or something to do with, like, they believe, hard metal or solids like armor piercing, or why do they have that where Vanessa Kitty is?
So different states are going to require different, so California has gone all lead free, and they're moving away from like zinc and stuff like that. So it's going to be steel and like copper is going to be what you're going to be able to use there. So, with like Connecticut, they may say, sorry, you still have to be lead, and stuff like that. So it all depends upon, what you're.
I'm just saying, if you look how a HESH round or a heat round works in a tank, and then wanting to go to all copper, that might cause a problem in indoor ranges later on, because believe it or not, if the way they design it and they use a copper projectile, it could become a heat round, and then what that does is you put like another metal cone in it, and it will force the copper to come back into the cone and then be like a hot jet and cut right through metal. Copper could be a great body armor penetrator as well, if they build it towards a HESH round. I'll see if I can find a picture of that.
So, yes, Jamie, it's just your normal, like the 40 I was looking at, the 120 grain. It's a 0.40 instead of like a 0.41 on those rounds, and so yeah, they're just a lighter round. And I think it was Mr. Lovely, it was Mr. Hurtneck who was asking about who was making those. That's Cutting Edge Bullets. That is making those. So yeah, he says, is that Lehigh? No, that's Cutting Edge Bullets that's making those. So no, Big Al, that's a solid copper hollow point. It's not a jacketed. So yeah. And like Art Tech was saying, you know, with some of the um, bullet stops and everything that are in some of your indoor ranges, they may have to rethink like their backstop, because they're designed with the lead in mind, and you're like in your zincs that are a softer metal. Now, running running a full copper, will that affect those backdrops in any way, and possibly allow the round to go through the back and out the wall?
Speed would be predominant in there. I don't think we'll have any. I don't see any issues with pistols, because they're not going to reach the 3,100 feet per second to start penetrating metal.
That
It-
5.7 round, or that or the what's it, the 22 Hornet?
it could be. Well, see, here's the thing: 243 Winchester. If you could ever get FMJ bullets for it, it will penetrate, because they're like 3,800 feet per second out of 243. You're going to be penetrating everything. If somebody would make a solid copper bullet for that, yeah, or even a
I'd say
steel.
low brass copper plumbing parts will shoot through a couple layers of plywood, no problem.
Mhm. Yep.
So yeah, Big Al saying 17 HMR. And no, I have zero restrictions on what kind of ammo I shoot in my state. I can shoot all lead. I can shoot, jacketed hollow points. I can shoot full synthetics. I can shoot frangible, or I can shoot all copper. Hell, if somebody was able to print a 3D projectile that was actually, I could probably shoot that. As long as it doesn't melt in the barrel. So the only state so far on the West Coast-ish that I know has any kind of restrictions is, again, California. Feel bad for our brothers trapped behind the wall. Willie Bulletman, Mario Mosen, Mad Sexy. You've got Calaveras 32 Special, and there's some others. Chris Chang. They're all from California, and are you trying to look like you're eating healthy? Because we know that you've got surf
Kevin
and
right
turf
there.
sitting behind you.
Little slice of heaven.
So, PCC Kid says that he's working with 2 loads in 4155 grain XTP and Bullseye, and 140 grain Lee mold with Bullseye both shoot well. Yeah.
So not to change the subject on purpose, but because it's a safety deal, has anybody seen that Colt has a recall on AR-15s?
Does that
I just,
surprise you?
yes, I do, because I mean the original manufacturer have had a recall on AR-15s. It's just hilarious. Anybody remember the last recall on the Anderson AR-15? Okay, just checking.
Well, to
I'm
be
just starting.
honest, I don't really pay attention to AR crap.
You should for your viewing community.
That's why we have all you other people that like ARs.
Well, I also do. It's like I also advise everybody not to buy a Century Arms Visca AK.
Well, actually, depending upon if it's a Century made versus a Century imported.
That's what I said. A Visca. A Visca is the one they make.
Yeah.
Or the RS-47 or RSA-47. Don't buy those. They are all weak.
If it's all you can afford, it's at
no,
least something.
You can still buy the Romanians cheaper though.
Yeah.
Well, both of mine are Romanians. I'd rather have a Romanian one.
We've got HIPAA.
Danger, real Robert.
Just told a federal appeals court just block Biden's mandate deal.
Yep,
that was in Texas. It only affects Texas and the fifth district.
Circuit.
Yep. So it does nothing for New York. Sorry to tell you.
Yeah. I'm not going to fire myself, so I'm not worried about it.
You won't have a choice here pretty soon.
Yeah, January. He did it conveniently after January. It's January 6th. So
you always got a choice.
Yeah. I don't know if Puddinhead is if his brains become gelatinous or mashed potatoey even more than what it has been. But obviously, he's got to see that that's going to cause problems with the economy and just throw everything back into we're still in it, into a downfall. And he just can't see that, or is he make? This is what I like to know: is he making these decisions, or has he got a staff of idiots doing it for him? Because
Both.
I don't know. I like to know. I mean,
so Michael Hertnick asked, "What happened in Texas?" A federal court judge issued a stay on Biden's mandate for Texas and I believe the whole 5th district, pending the outcome of the lawsuit. So
now, I believe that's on Ben Shapiro because he's the one that filed that, and he moved his whole company to Texas.
It was actually the Texas AG.
Okay, because Ben Shapiro filed too.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Florida has come out saying they're going to sue. I believe Missouri says they're going to sue. And there's a couple other states that are saying they are going to sue also. So, not sure. So,
because here's the thing. somebody who personally dealt with COVID and had a loss because, or supposed loss because of COVID. Again, this is a medical procedure. And if this stands, think about this. Like me and you, G, with being overweight, what do they start mandating procedures that we have to take because, well, you're fat, or well, you need, other things. These are choices that, hey, if I want to be a fucking fat ass, that's my choice, my right as an American. If I want to be a skinny anorexic model, again, that's your choice. Medical procedures here, they'll bring up that the smallpox vaccine or whatever the flu was, or the Spanish flu back in 1908 or whatever, 1919, and said, well, the court ordered the guy to take it or pay the fine. Well, the fine was $5. Now that was a lot of money in 1919, but again, you're trying to order a procedure. That's like saying, well, we're going to order, you have to have an abortion, because your child is going to be mentally defective somehow, and or your child's going to have Down syndrome. Where does that slippery slope stop at? You know what I mean?
Yep. So Big Al says the cult recall covers a portion of MSRs manufactured beginning on March 5th, 2021. So we have Ram 44, another West Coaster out here. Mr. Willie Bulletman's out there, another West Coaster. So.
Oh, what I was going to tell you, G23, is that come first of the year, or right around that time, I will be in possession of a RPK Chinese-made AK.
Nice. Just because you're in possession doesn't mean you'll be in ownership of.
No. Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Freaky guys working for the Chinese.
Hey,
Chinese, you heard it. You heard it first. Yeah, they do. So,
I mean, you can't get American companies to make AKs, right?
Well, there's some good made AKs out here.
I mean, I know Riley Defense makes one. I was looking at that. I just couldn't get a hold of one. I ended up getting the Romanian.
Have you looked in? I mean, yeah, they're a little spendy.
Yeah, and then the PSA, they're on their Gen 3.
Have you looked at the Storm and Norman Gunworks out of California?
No, I don't help pay any type of bills in California.
No sauce, folks. No sauce.
No sauce.
That is so overcooked. I mean, I didn't think any kind of pink there.
Is he eating it well done again?
Yes.
Why are you eating meat?
He's a heathen.
Damn.
Medium well. There's some pink there.
No, not enough. You got to be
so
medium rare. That's the way.
I threw the link out there if anybody wants to jump on and discuss stuff. Actually, Riley Defense, they have some reasonably priced AKs for the market that we're in right now. As the AKs start dropping back down in price and all firearms start dropping back down in price, I foresee that $1,100 Riley Defense start dropping down to
$800,
$750, $800.
Yeah, I do too.
For a damn AK, $1,100.
No, they're going more than that now.
Good Lord!
You haven't. There's some AKs out there that will set you back like $43,000.
The whole idea is they were supposed to be cheap. What the hell's going on here? What are they following Glock's footsteps?
No, because with the AK market, especially if you're talking about getting one built, you can say if you can get an East German AK kit and then just have an American receiver made for it. I know people do that. Crank costs are the same way. A whole Russian kit, Polish kits being put on U.S. receivers because they fetch high dollars.
M. Gabriel says $700.
Because I was going to get a rally defense. I like because they had the red varnish wood stocks for it. That thing looked nice. So, but anyway, I ended up going with Romanians.
So, a properly cooked steak is like considered
To your liking.
a blue tip.
No, fucking raw, stupid shit. No. It's to your liking. You like tongue and raw shit, okay? I like it this way. That's just what it's America. Don't try to force your raw shit on me, bro.
I'm agreeing with G, man. You're eating your steak raw. If it ain't moving a little bit when you poke the son of a bitch, it's overcooked.
So Ram 4x4 says, are the Palmetto AKs any good? The Gen 2s and Gen 3s aren't
ain't too bad.
Aren't bad. I would definitely stay away from the Gen 1.
Yeah. If you're gonna get one, I'd get a Gen 3 for sure.
No. It's got to be a nice blue tip. You just, slap the cow's ass and walk it straight through the kitchen. Cut a slab off, maybe get it brown a little bit on both sides. When you cut into it, the blood just pours out. Nice warmed up blood. Yeah, it's definitely delicious.
And then you sop the blood up with a biscuit.
Sounds like something a pedophile would say.
Or some.
Oh, come on. That's low.
Well,
give you a break
he's saying pedo when the fact is because there's blood. Where he's talking about wanting to be with grandma because there is no blood left.
Just dryness.
Hey, some things are like fine wine. They get better with age.
Well, I mean, what can we expect from somebody who likes tube steak?
This is a porterhouse for your information.
So,
whatever
Miss
you want
Vanessa,
to call that party you was at and you walked in the bathroom, you want to call that a porterhouse, that's fine.
Oh, boy.
But there were tube steaks waiting for you.
So, Miss Vanessa Kitty, those copper bullets that I was showing earlier, those are frangible rounds, and they are designed for personal defense or hunting purposes. So, technically, you could justify that those are a sporting round due to taking down game. And I see we have MacMan out in the crowd. Welcome, MacMan. So, yes, we. Now, yeah, that's what those rounds that I was talking about, the cutting edge bullets, they are designed to. There's 4 to 5 petals that will break off within 2 inches of penetration, and they flower out, and then the base keeps penetrating, causing more blunt force trauma on the inside. So yeah, they're designed to break apart and turn into flying shrapnel. Thank you, Mr. Jamie. Yes, it does. We do have a great crowd out there. I'm trying to keep up with all the comments.
Yeah, I've tried some of that RIP ammo. Depending on the firearm that you're using, sometimes they have feeding issues.
It's, I guess it would be kind of like the RIP ammo, just not. It's more like any of your jacketed hollow points that are designed to mushroom open. These are just designed that the petals break off. And there's a couple others. I believe there's a spear gold dot hollow point that is also designed to become a frangible round. And so there's more than just the RIP ammo that are designed to become a frangible round.
Those are junk from what I heard from an ER doctor.
Yeah,
I can't remember where he worked, but it was somewhere where there's doctors that wear bulletproof vests at the hospital apparently because it's so bad. I can't recall the name now, but younger guy, he was on a show. Jeez, trying to think of his name. We're trying to encourage him to get into YouTube. So guy seemed pretty cool, and you could tell he was kind of new. He just got into firearms and things, not just, but fairly recently. And basically gave the whole breakdown about RIP ammo. He went through a couple occasions where one that I can remember off the top of my head, a vehicle pulled up and one guy was trying to, I guess, put his gun back or something and shot his buddy on the passenger side of the vehicle. And there was pieces of the RIP ammo in the door panel. There was it basically kind of just broke apart in a sense premature. And where it did hit the individual, it didn't hit enough to really do anything. And the guy was sitting literally right next to him in a car. So it made a bloody mess and everything and a hell of a cleanup job, but it wouldn't have stopped the threat. And the guy was sitting right next to him. So I don't know exactly what size gun or all the details, but he said in his experience, it's he wouldn't waste your money on it, is what he was getting at. So just something to keep in mind. Some of this stuff that's boutique or novelty or higher end, gel's one thing, but in real life it might be a different story.
He was probably in Chicago.
Can't remember where he was exactly. So I wish I could remember what show it was, but it's all slipped my mind at this point. It's a few months back.
Yeah. So we've got Patriot out in the crowd. Welcome, Patriot in the Dark. Yeah. Again, that's why if you're reloading instead of just buying factory ammo, you can kind of customize your round for the barrel length that you have. Again, you have to look at when you're buying your ammo. Is it designed for a 5-inch barrel? Is that what they're testing it out of? Or are they testing out of a 3-inch barrel? Because that's what's going to make the difference upon what your results are going to be. And so if you have a round that's designed for a 6-inch barrel and you're trying to use it in a 3.5-inch barrel, it's not going to perform like it's supposed to because it doesn't have enough
oomph.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough length to maximize the powder load, the powder charge to be able to get up to the velocity it needs to be able to open up. So yeah, you have to also, be looking at what your barrel length is, what is the barrel length of the defensive round that you're looking for. And almost every single one of them have right on their packaging, if you're buying store-bought ammo, what kind of firearms that they used in their testing. Or you can just look on their website and they'll tell you,
It's usually barrel length that they don't say the firearm. And then, like on the rifle calibers, they seem to test everything in 24-inch length barrels.
And so we have Fiend Dog 27 out in the crowd, and Ram was talking about that I want to try some of the Winchester Ranger ammo. Tools and Target. If you guys don't watch Tools and Target, he's funny as hell, out of Virginia. Yeah, he's had some pretty good results on that.
The Ranger ammo. The Ranger ammo is just the old Black Talon. They just changed the bullets or changed the coating on the bullet in color and just repackage it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, throw something else in here that was from that doctor guy, which I'm sure some people know, but maybe the general public don't know. But everybody's all big on, tourniquets and this and that, all high speed, whatever. But he made a very good point, which, if you've gone through any training at some point, you've heard it yourself. But basically, you don't just slap a tourniquet on anybody that's gotten shot. So if people are out there don't really have the knowledge, you might end up doing more harm than good. Definitely take a damn class, because you need to know the difference when to apply a tourniquet. And depending on your state, you might end up being sued because of it, or they lose a limb or something. I mean, so everybody wants to jump to a tourniquet, stick a thumb in it. We got all these different things. There's different ways of handling different injuries depending where you're hit. So keep that in mind, and don't just because you watched the video think you got it. And a lot of rounds they don't even pull out because it's going to be more damaging to you depending where it is. So all this, stick a knife in it, pull it out, and cauterize it with your knife. Yeah, probably ain't the way to go every time. So definitely take a stop the bleed class. I recommend everybody does, because even if you've taken one years ago, I mean, come on, how many? It's like CPR. We've probably all taken one, but are you an expert at it? Do you have any doubts? If you do, then it might be time for another class, including myself. So just want to put that out there.
Right, CPR. So to add on to that, because the Good Samaritan law will not always. It only covers you for what you're trained to do. Technically. So if you're doing something above your level, and then if it's not an artery, do not put a tourniquet on it. Period. That's crazy. So I want to interrupt you one more time. I got a box of Winchester Silver Tip here 380. It's their defensive 85 grain defensive jacketed hollow point, the silver tip ones. Nowhere on the box does it say. Now this is a pistol box. The velocity, it says the velocity. It says muzzle velocity at 5 yards is 991. At 25 yards, it's 958. Or at the muzzle, it's 1,000 feet per second. So, but it does not give the length of barrel.
So I pulled up, here's Minuteman website. And they have on there, this is for, again, it's a 40 Smith & Wesson, 150 grain projectile. They have it at 1,200 feet per second. But they also tell you down here, not all barrels are created equal. Chronographs don't always agree. But it says That being said, we believe that you can expect to get around 1,200 feet per second out of a 4.5-inch barrel with this round, maybe a little more. And then they tell you out of a 16-inch Caltech Sub 2000, they were getting 1,471 feet per second.
That's moving pretty good.
So, you can always, if you look up, if you have a specific, type of ammo, you can always look up what it is and what that round is designed for. So, and yes, 40 hits hard.
Damn, that was a good steak.
I'm getting ready to have pork chops here in a minute.
Absolutely, Miss Vanessa Kitty. If somebody gets shot in the chest, you definitely need to apply the tourniquet around their neck. Don't.
Especially if you hate them.
That is sarcastic. Absolutely do not put a tourniquet around the neck.
Absolutely do if you do not like the
You won't have to worry about them bleeding to death.
You won't have to worry about you having to worry about going to work the next day either.
He wouldn't stop screaming, so I had to. He shut up. I had to put the tourniquet on.
So,
I think I'd be worried about that sucking chest wound a little bit more.
I
That's
threw
a
the
shitty
link
one,
out.
man.
I threw the link out earlier. I'll throw it out again if anyone wants to jump on, and we can discuss firearms. We can discuss reloading. We can discuss anything.
Okay, I got a subject.
Or we can just pick on Rob for the rest of the night.
Hey, damn it. Whatever she said is bullshit.
We've already got his woman's permission, and so we can always turn this into a harass the crap out of the New Yorker.
So when you moving to Tennessee?
No idea. Hoping maybe this next summer. So working on a investment project right now. Hopefully that'll be up and going, and we'll be out of this. People get a free ride and don't have to pay the rent bullshit, and I can be moving on.
So, Uncle John says, I'm baking bread. Any tips? Well,
Don't put your pecker.
remember that your elevation and your barometric pressure will have results on what kind of rise you get out of your yeast. And so that can affect your loaf.
Yeah. For
Welcome,
a
Mr.
tactical
Single Shot.
high-speed loaf, pull it out and you smack it on the top of the oven real hard a couple times.
How is Mr. Single Shot doing this evening?
Salt, pepper.
Not bad, sir. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate it. How's things going this evening with you?
Doing great. Trying to get into the reloading game. I've got the press. I've got the cases. I've got some projectiles.
Yeah.
And so now I just have to figure out which powder I'm going to go with.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What you got for a bullet?
So I've got the cast bullets from Mr. Jamie,
Uh-huh.
which were like 175 grain, hard cast
Yeah.
and soft cast.
Taking
They,
Yeah.
he sent. And then I've got those 120 grain cutting edge.
Uh-huh.
No. No.
I don't know much
So-
about the cutting edge, but I cast
Those are gonna be
170,
prob-
160. Oh, go ahead.
The 120 are definitely going to be set off to the side for a while
Yeah.
until I get a little more knowledge into the. Because that's definitely a super light load, you know.
Yeah.
So what were you going to say there about the 40?
I've got two of them, and I like the 175 grain cast bullet. That seems to work pretty well out of both of them, actually. And they seem to be hard enough so that it's not going to leave any leading in the barrel. So that always helps. Don't have to worry about making a mess in the barrel. I've not used those copper jacket bullets that you were showing there a minute ago. I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah, those are solid copper. They're not even copper jacketed. Those are 100% copper bullets.
Yeah.
So yeah, those they seem interesting.
Oh yeah.
And when you're talking 120 grains coming out of a 40, you know, you could probably get that to 1550 feet per second.
Yeah, you
No.
can probably get it up that way. What's your length, barrel length?
It's the Glock 23, so a little over a 3-inch barrel.
Oh. Okay, both of mine are 5s. So, boy, I wouldn't even dare make a guesstimate on that one there.
Yeah, I've kind of thought about maybe holding off on those till I pick up like a Beretta 96.
Yep.
Due to the fact that that's a solid frame, it might be able to handle the pressures a lot better.
Yeah. I've got a Taurus PT-101 and Smith & Wesson MP-40. It's an EDC. I like that one pretty well.
Got a reload question for you guys. Now,
What's
I'm
that?
sure this might be a blonde moment for me, but just something to consider. Does anybody have an idea how quick dry ice thaws? Like, I know it thaws quick. Like, if you throw a chunk outside, it's going to fog up. But is it possible to make an ice bullet? Because it's about 2,000 degrees at an average temperature of a round. A barrel can get out of a round. So can you, in theory, shoot a bullet made out of dry ice before it melts to a target and still have an impact? Is there anything there? Short range,
All the shows I've
assassin
seen,
weapon, legally sanctioned?
I've
Obviously.
seen a couple shows try and do it, and they vaporize instantly as soon as it's
Yeah, you get that powder wet before you get it out of the barrel, I believe.
Has anybody tried to encapsulate the dry ice so it ends up it's a capsule of gas at a high pressure?
No.
So,
I don't even know if this stuff can be done. I'm just spitballing here, but I figure this is probably the crowd for it.
Like Mr. Jamie says, just because you can doesn't mean you should or want to. So my thoughts on this, which I could be completely wrong.
Or it doesn't spoil the meat either. That's another way to look at it for hunting.
Yeah.
If you're running dry ice And everyone knows that as soon as metal touches that dry ice, it instantly freezes. Now, even if you had a way to keep the dry ice moisture from getting onto the powder, you have the fact that that projectile is going to freeze going down your barrel, followed by an extreme fireball coming down your barrel. More likely than not, you're going to turn your barrel into a shrapnel device.
You got a
Because
better
of-
chance of shooting dry ice out of a shotgun shell because of the plastic cup.
Because of the wad?
Yep, because the wad will hold it, or the cup will hold it, and you can do it like a sable round.
Now that's an idea. And you can keep your shell.
And you can reload shells. So,
Mm.
Rich White says you can do anything once.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And we've got Mr. AR Gun 1776 out in the crowd. Welcome. So yeah, I don't know if I would subject any of my firearms to those extreme differences.
What about
And-
mercury? Because that's like a liquid metal, right?
Right.
Would there be any advantages
But more
of
like-
something like that, or something that preferably wouldn't be harmful to you to eat, because you wouldn't want to shoot mercury into an animal you're going to eat, but something similar, a water like antifreeze that doesn't freeze, or I don't know. Now I'm just getting crazy.
I've never heard of folks using that stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be typical. I think if anything, it would probably be some R&D department somewhere. But I'm just curious: has anybody thought about this, or am I just a weirdo?
It goes back to remind me of a very, very old saying, and I'm pretty sure Single Shot's probably heard this saying a billion times. You don't always got to try to invent the wheel. It's already been done.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Kiss, right?
You can shoot the Legos out, the Lego heads of their little figures. You can use those as bullets.
They're 40 cal, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, to answer Warsaw Patriots' question, I have not looked at my email. So I am not sure if I got your email or not.
Another question. You guys don't care. Do you think popular culture pushes semi-automatics in order for people to leave evidence laying around in crime scenes? Because a lot of criminals are idiots.
No.
Thing is, with popular culture, a lot of them don't understand what they're talking about. That's the biggest problem we've got as far as that goes. As far as I'm concerned. So many anti-gunners out there that don't know much about anything that they're talking about.
Sure. Give it that. That's just another question. I wonder. It seems, a lot of, when you look back at some of the historical gangsters, all this type of stuff, a lot of times shotguns, revolvers are preferred for that reason. But yet,
Yeah.
the modern day thug, whatever you want to call it, gangbanger on the street nowadays would lean towards semi-automatic from what statistics would tell us. So I'm
I
just
think
curious if that's
more just capacity.
a sign of the
Probably.
times or what's available. Capacity, yeah, capacity makes sense.
What's most popular, easy to get.
All right, just
You
figured
gotta
it might
always
be
remember
something to
that
chew on. I don't know.
Going downstairs and moving clothes.
criminals, they get their guns by stealing them. So it's going to be whatever, they can get their hands on.
Or resell dirty guns.
Right.
More distance is always a plus to a criminal. Lines of separation, and why not get some money to trade it in on something else too? In some cases, misdirection, especially if it's one criminal to another. Maybe they'll get popped for your mess. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah, that's just like I said, just an idea. Just throwing something out there.
Yep. Well, don't hurt to ask.
Now, if you were a criminal, what would you use? No, I'm just kidding.
I would use Rob's guns.
Right? Yeah, somebody else.
Yep.
You guys catch Travis's show this morning?
Bits
Yeah,
and
I was
pieces.
on there.
Got a preference between Leatherman or Gerber?
I like a Leatherman myself. I've had them for years, and they've always seemed to work pretty well.
Yeah, you were on there, weren't you? That's right.
Oh,
He was showing you that
yeah.
Winchester
I was
set.
on there.
I've got one of those, matter of fact. I don't use it. I keep it
Yeah,
in the back up in the backpack.
I got to check that out.
But
Yep.
not a multi-tool guy in a sense, considering I always got a toolbox within 20 feet of me. But
Yeah.
definitely something good to have in a to-go bag or range bag, something like that. So, but yeah, I have that Winchester one, and it does work quite well. I haven't tested it for anything heavy, like turning a bolt on a rig or something. But
Yeah.
for little stuff, it works fine. Clearing jams or anything like that. Not that I've had it with mine, but other people, things like that, it works quite fine.
Oh yeah.
Now,
And now
my
they
question-
had that
my
at
question-
Walmart, right?
Yep. Mine was a gift from my
Okay.
son, but yeah, I believe he said they
Oh,
could get them at Walmart.
Check that out.
So my question, have you used that to turn any nuts or bolts on a semi?
Oh God, no. No, that would be quite the task for something like that. Now, cutting a wire, fixing a wire, small stuff, something like that, then, it could be done. But, putting something underneath that is pretty heavy extreme for one of these things. Most of the stuff that I have happen, it's got to be taken care of by the boss man anyway, so. I do carry some tools, but not a whole lot.
I find they're perfect for like range tools in a sense, things like that. When you got to tinker with something small or whatever, that's what I tend to use those for when I have. So
See, when I'm at the range, I have a punch set, so I can drive pins if I need to drive pins.
Yeah.
I have cleaning rods, so if I need to, knock something out of the barrel or clear a stuck case, I can do that. I have a solid rod, or
Glock
I have,
guy.
so you have everything. If you keep, and then if you need to clean your firearm because there's a problem, you've got your cleaning kit right there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
why?
I don't know, maybe I'm special or it's Smith & Wesson, but I don't have issues with my guns on the range. Like you guys, not you guys, but some of you people, I'd go batshit crazy to spend $1,200 and bitch about a gun all day. Like, I don't have these issues. Clean your damn guns when you get home, and they should work fine the next time you're out.
Yes,
You know,
sir.
I don't understand the problem everybody has,
Well,
but
What do you mean?
I have seen other people's guns that
You-
say they clean their guns, but yet 2 mags in, it's acting up and this and that, and it's one excuse or another. And you look at it, and it's just horrible. I mean,
How often-
it's
Yeah.
a mechanical device. Clean your shit, people.
How often do you go to the
My
range
God.
and shoot 500-600 rounds?
I
It
don't
used to be
know.
every weekend.
Not anymore.
It used to be every weekend now. Just about every weekend, at least 3 out of 4. So that wasn't uncommon at all. Same thing with, when people would, why do you buy so much ammo? 500, because my kids are going to blow through that box while I'm waiting to shoot my own. You know what I mean? That's why. So, so that's how it goes, and it's cheap, and, I'd rather them do something like that than sit on their ass playing video games all day.
Yeah, where are my keys?
Yeah.
Bring them here, bud.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you guys off.
I
just
shoot
had to throw that out
downstairs.
there.
I shoot downstairs at the house there. I got a range out back of the house, so as soon as I'm done shooting for the day, the guns are cleaned up before they're taken back upstairs, put into the safe. My great grandfather told me, he says, you're gonna have firearms. He says, you better do the upkeep on them and keep them clean, because someday they may have to be used to protect your life. So you better take care of them. I said, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can state in my time in the service, guns were cleaner than us usually. So
Yep.
yeah, you got downtime. That's one of the things you're doing. It's just what it is. So, and
Yep.
they work. So it's just kind of rule of thumb: clean your stuff. And I don't think it's, even if you
That's
don't have
right.
the best quality firearm, they tend to do what they're supposed to do if they're fairly clean.
To answer Warsaw Patriot, I just ordered some Aegis gun care stuff. It's the same as the gun cleaners company.
Yep. So Aegis is the new gun cleaners, because Rob and Shelley Gates are no longer with the gun cleaners, and they've started making their own, and it's damn good stuff.
There's some drama we don't know about. Somebody steals somebody's recipe or something. Any juicy stuff to this
No.
story?
I didn't know
Nope.
they changed.
They
until-
just
Somebody spending a little too
They-
much time with somebody else's wife.
Nope. They just had different ideas on how they wanted to run their businesses, and so they decided that it was time to. This is what I've heard. I'm
They
not
had-
100% sure.
Cooler than that.
No. Rod's a great dude. I was going to buy the gun cleaners kit that I gave away on my show, and when I reached out to him to do payment, he's like, "Nope, I got this. Just give me the address and I'll send it out."
Yeah.
So
And I can say that
And-
it worked pretty good after I got it.
Yep. And I can tell you, they are the only gun cleaning product where their product will actually, if you were to take a cap full of like Hoppies or any of your other gun cleaner and dump it in a glass of water, it's going to float on the top. You dump a cap full of theirs into the water, it's going to sink to the bottom of the cup, because it will dissipate the water and displace the water because it's heavier. Think about that when it comes to lubricating
makes
and
that?
keeping your firearms. Aegis Gun Care.
I got a video on it.
let me-
Check it out.
Don't give
Rich,
a-
Rich is saying that they moved to a different state.
Well, they were in
Yes.
Idaho the whole time, I thought.
No. So they started out in Texas, and then they moved to Rod and Shelley moved up to Idaho, and they were still running as the gun cleaners, and so Aegis.
Aegis. Okay.
Can't you just use dry gas for that? Come on.
So
I guess I'm spoiled because I've always used hoppies.
yeah, and so this is their website. And they got some really nice. I mean, you can go with a whole kit that comes with a range bag and everything.
I did the range bag kit, the camo one. I just did a video on it last week. Nice kit. It's a better kit than what they were sending out with the gun cleaners. And their patch. That patch is pretty cool.
If you guys look right here under testimonials, I have been using these products for several years. They are the only thing I trust with all my guns. Ghost Tactical.
Wow, that's a good endorsement.
So, and then former Budget Guns and Gear, M&W. He says the same thing. I have been using these products now for over 2 years, and to be honest, I push it on everyone I know. They reliably, the reliability of a working product that does everything it says had me sold from day one. So there's and yeah. So they've got the lubricant and the cleaner. You can get a combo pack, or you can go ahead and get, depending on how you want to go about it, they have some field kits and some deluxe kits out there. So, and then they have swag and gift cards. So.
Is that Aegis.com?
Aegis Gun Care.
Oh, okay.
So
Check them out.
Little kid back there stealing the show, man.
Whose little one is that?
R-Tag.
R-Tag.
Stolen kid.
That would be my grandson.
Uh-huh.
So
All 2 years of him. Give me that.
Be a gun pro, he starts this young.
I got a nephew who does the same thing. He's about the same age, I would guess.
You know the deal. You want ice cream? You got to clean Grandpa's gun.
Yeah,
So
we'll do
Rich White says that he won the range kit during Ghost show when Rod and Shelley was on there talking about it. So if you guys want to know a lot about the Aegis, I know Rod did a whole live stream with Ghost Tactical and Clover Tac, I believe, was on there. And they were discussing all of their stuff. So, and he actually showed on Ghost Show the test where they show different cleaners and then they show theirs where they dump it into water.
Hmm.
So
I think we ought to call Rich out. When's the last time you seen him actually shoot a gun? Have you ever? I'm starting to wonder. I think it's all
I've
his wife
seen-
stuff, and he just plays with her toys while she's gone.
there are a couple videos on his channel. If you actually go and you search,
You can
I mean,
see
you do
him,
have to
his
search.
face.
yes. You can see his
I know,
ugly
just checking.
mug.
It's been a long time. Make sure he doesn't hold it upside down or something.
Oh, I didn't say he doesn't hold it upside down. I just said that there's a video of him shooting.
Excuse me.
Oh.
I missed that. I didn't know Biden was what?
Uncle John says was on tonight in the background.
That might be giving the guy too much credit. Kid had a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Uncle John says it's smelling good at his house due to the fact that he's baking bread. You know, Foss, he's not that far from you. You could just go over and take the loaf of bread. I'm
Go
just
over
saying.
and have a
shot
little
for
piece
shit
of it
like
at
that.
least.
You know the story. You didn't help out. You didn't want to go, bring in the wheat. You didn't want to go work the millstone. And don't show up to eat the bread, man. Remember the story.
So, Burnaby says he finally is at home after being at work all day.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Means I got out of there just in time. Damn.
I know the
Just kidding, man.
Pillsbury
Just
Doughboy.
kidding. What kind of bread did he bake? Did he say?
He said he was baking bread.
Good old
that's
homemade
like-
bread.
Saying you're reloading ammo. There's a million different types of ammo. I mean,
Oh,
what type
yeah.
of bread?
Well, ask him.
Like Alamo.
Say, Uncle John, what kind of bread are you making us?
Banana bread sounds real good right now.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, you got something against banana bread?
No.
It's
I
zucchini
love
bread, man.
banana bread.
Like
I love
real banana bread?
I like
Oh,
real
man.
banana bread, yeah.
Yes, hot, fresh coffee, fresh homemade banana bread. Real butter, you better believe it.
No, sourdough. I bought some sourdough at the grocery store.
Sourdough.
I make good sandwich.
Maybe he likes it. I don't know. I mean, that's what usually garlic knots. What are those Chobana bun things people make? I think with that.
No.
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 Well, I'm sure there's a place for it in his household.
Yeah, if you're in Greenwich,
Sourdough is a staple over in Seattle area. I'm just saying.
Uh-huh.
You've
yes,
got,
Kaiser O's are good.
but sourdough is delicious for making subs with and stuff like that. Making sub sandwich.
Oh, yeah. That's good stuff.
Throw some cream cheese and some salami and some ham.
Ah,
Gouda cheese.
I'm going through all that trouble and the time. It better be something good, like banana bread, pumpkin bread, something good.
Why don't you actually do a bread that's actually a little more healthier for you. Like
they don't make
zucchini
watermelon
bread.
bread. Save it.
See, you went there. And I didn't say nothing about the banana bread. Jesus, you damn racist. You self-hating racist.
I so love sourdough bread.
I like bread in general. I don't care what.
Yeah.
Fresh bread. Any kind of fresh bread is
Fresh
usually good.
homemade yeast
Hot
bread.
fresh
Yeast
bread,
rolls.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like spaghetti. Everybody goes for garlic bread. I'm happy with just Italian cut with some butter on it. Oh man,
Yep.
just
You're
Oh,
probably
good
a
stuff, man.
you're probably more of a baguette kind of guy, aren't you?
I don't know what it is. It sounds messed up, so I take offense to that.
What? You don't know what a baguette is. It's a damn sub. It looks like a hoagie bun.
A baguette is a thin circle, long bread. It's a French bread.
I speak poor man. Okay, save that fancy shit. Just say fancy sub roll.
No, you said you spoke poor man. Then you should have mentioned just white bread with spaghetti, because that's the way poor people eat it.
I've eaten
Yeah.
plenty of spaghetti that way. I've
Okay.
actually even thrown white bread in the microwave, nuke it for like 30 seconds, and then crush it in a ball, and it's almost like getting fresh warm bread. Just not as good.
I haven't tried
Now,
that.
do you put butter on it? Do you actually like cut it?
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
hell
like-
no.
Yeah.
Hell no. If I had butter, I could make something.
I put butter on the. I used to put butter on the bread when we did. Also, you ever make a spaghetti sandwich with the
I
bread?
ain't tried that.
Toast
I've
it.
done
and then
that.
Toast it a little bit, and then throw some spaghetti and sauce on it.
Haven't done that.
Then you ain't poor.
So, Gizzard Gary says potato bread is good too. Potato bread is.
That man's kidding.
You tried that Hawaiian bread?
That sounds pretty good.
Bring it back.
Yeah, not
It's
bad.
sweet.
It
Yeah.
is.
And then
It's
Uncle John
different.
says, yes, as long as it's fresh. P.S. Banana bread isn't bread. And then Mr. Burnaby says, I heard Rob makes a killer chicken fried steak.
Oh.
That would be a lie.
Literally killed.
No, literally killer.
That might be true.
The wife, the kids, and the cats would not even touch it. They had to settle for chocolate chip cookies that night for dinner.
Oh, gee.
And cereal.
Ooh. But Rob would probably love that. Honestly, Rob would love pumpernickel bread.
I love pumpernickel. That's
Dude,
good.
I do. Pumpernickel's good. And it's fun to say. You know,
Yes,
pumpernickel,
sir.
you know. But it's seriously, it's a good bread. But you get like the round ones. Like I like the crust. Everybody's anti-crust. I love crust. I don't know what's wrong with you people.
Crusty.
Unfortunately, Uncle John, the last I looked, because one of the Beavers are playing on the Pac-12, we're losing. So, we're back. We're 7-10. So yes, we're still trailing, but we're only down by a field goal.
About a good Reuben on rye.
So
Yeah, or I like Jewish rye.
pastrami Swiss, pastrami and Swiss on rye.
Yep.
M. Gabriel says, "All right, I broke down, and I'm toasting sourdough now." So yes, have a great night, Uncle John. I know Uncle Jim's probably going to be starting a live stream here pretty soon.
Yeah.
So I saw about 8 of my visitors Ouch! That hurts, Willie. Willie
Damn it,
says
what?
that he's paying $500 for his concealed carry. Damn.
It's expensive out there.
Where the hell's he living? California?
Yeah, he lives
Yes,
in California.
sir.
Oh, that's highway robbery off the rest of the damn place.
I think
That's
I paid.
just for the permit or the paperwork.
That's probably just the paperwork issue, and that's not even guaranteed he's going to get it.
That's be worse in New York then. Like,
I paid
yeah, like
$65.
Crazy.
if you're gonna actually like go for concealed carry, then if you want, you'd have to add in purchasing a firearm too in New York. You've got to bring your own gun, at least in my area, the big class. And so it's like $1,200 with the gun and equipment. And that's a reasonable, an M&P price, average price, $500 firearm or something. So ear pro, eye pro, all that type of stuff. So the application's like $125, but then they get you for like fingerprints is $100, your passports, and then your class. You got to do a bunch of it before you even can apply to get an actual concealed carry or unrestricted carry permit, as they like to call it here. But so yeah, it adds up. But damn, $500 right off the jump just to apply, like that's honestly worse than New York right off the jump.
So I ended the poll, and it was actually a pretty tight poll. Stay the same is at 38%. Shall issue is at 35%. And constitutional carry is sitting at 26% with 42 votes.
It's California shall or will issue?
Depending upon the county, it's either a shall issue or may issue.
Depends on the sheriff.
What Willie's is, the average person that isn't 100% sure, and had juvenile crap where they got in a little scuffle here or there, might be deterred to drop $500 if it's a may issue.
Yeah, a lot of California, when you're in the valley, if you're down LA, San Diego, San Francisco, all those areas down in that area, you're probably more likely to just say may issue, versus if you're out up in Northern California, or over in Western California, closer to your Arizona, Vegas, and stuff like that, which are more conservative areas, which then become shall issue. If I remember all
I
of
would
that,
think it would go by the whole state, but obviously I'm wrong. Like
preemption law.
Yeah, so obviously in New York, there's a difference with New York City, but I thought we were anomaly in some case.
No,
I
it all
just
depends.
assumed Kentucky would be A, B, or C, and that's what it was throughout the whole state or whatever. So
Yeah, no.
And
Depending
was
upon if your
shall
state, it all depends upon if your state has a preemption or no preemption. So, like Oregon used to have a preemption, and so it was, whatever the state said applied across all of the state. And under 554, it did away with the state preemption, and so each city, each town, each county can have different rules as long as they're not stricter than the state, I believe. And like Foss says, there's no class requirement. in Washington, and it also depends upon the county that you're in Oregon. But I do believe most of the counties actually are now accepting online training. So. How does it go in your state there? Single shot?
Oh, 5 years. I think it's $35, and you got to redo it every 5 years. You know, it's not something that renews. You have to go through it every 5 years. Mine's coming up next year in April.
So there's no renew process. It's just like starting over every time.
Yeah, you got to, and I think that's the way it is with all the rest of the states too. I'm not sure.
No, that's not how it is in Tennessee
Oh no. Oh.
Or in New York.
or Kentucky.
I'd say
Yeah.
PA similar to that. When I renewed, I think I just paid the $20, filled out the same form I did the first time. So it was just like doing it the first time, I think. But in New York, they said it was every 5 years, and then they didn't. So they've gone back and forth on it. And then the state troopers got involved because the sheriffs didn't want to give out certain information. And the state troopers came up with a registry, and that's got to be every 5 years, so they say. And I don't know if that's going to be the case within the 5 years or what. It's everything's up in the air. Nobody has a straight answer. So I just make sure to check in with my office semi-regularly, at least quarterly, to make sure I don't end up waking up one day to find out I'm a criminal. So
Yeah. No, they.
Well, changed you from yesterday. You were a criminal yesterday. You're going to be a criminal again today.
That's right.
The way New York works, if it did, and I didn't, next week they say, yes, you have to renew by 5 years from your issue date, even though the week before they were stating no. And that would technically make me a felon here. There's no leeway, forgiveness. Any way they can strip you of your rights, they're going to do it. So that's what it seems to be, unfortunately. So you can't just take things for granted or trust what people say. Deal with the office that's going to be arresting you.
In Kentucky, when I got mine back in '95, you had to go take a class, which I think was a $50 class, and then you had to go to DMV, send your certificate off to the state troopers, and they would do a background check on you, and then they would issue. It was a shall issue state, so they would send it back to the DMV, and then you could go in and get it. And then when I moved to Tennessee, it was a reciprocal state, so it just swapped over, and it was $65 just to swap it over for the license fee. It was good for both states. Were good for 5 years. In Tennessee, they offered you a lifetime permit if you paid $250. You can get it for lifetime. So I did that, and now both states are constitutional carry, and you don't have to have a class in either or have to have the CCW anymore.
So Willie says that the 500 is for everything. It's not $500 and then do everything.
And like a dumbass, I want to say, well, that's not too bad, but really, that's a freaking ripoff. $500 to use a right you should have any goddamn way, unless you're a criminal.
Yep.
Like, when you think that's a damn ripoff, so
Figuring
sucks,
it's free,
man.
it's free
Hopefully
in Kentucky
it's
and Tennessee.
shall issue, at least, and you're not rolling the dice on it.
So now, Foss was saying Washington State has open carry with no permit and concealed carry with permit. So here's the tricky part. Even though before Oregon gave up the preemption this year. But before they did that, there was like Portland, you could not open carry without having a permit. Salem was the same way, and Lincoln County, which is Lincoln City, Newport area, there was certain areas that, to be able to open carry, you had to have a permit. Now, Portland, the way they worded theirs was so messed up. It was no open carrying of a loaded firearm without a permit. Now, you could open carry an empty firearm without a permit, but for them to come up and check your firearm to find out if it's loaded or unloaded, they would have to suspect you of a crime. To come up and say, hey, do you have a permit? And I need to check your firearm. That would all fall under, them having to have a reason to be asking you that stuff. Not just because you're open carrying. So.
Yeah, Maine is constitutional carry, but I've got my permit for the state for the reciprocity. So that helps.
Not only for reciprocity, but does having your permit give you any other benefits?
Well, I don't have to do a background check or a waiting period to buy a firearm, but they still do the NICS check on you, and that just makes it a lot easier. If you want to pick one up, then you pay for it. They do the NICS, and then you can leave with it that day.
See, so like in Oregon, and it used to be in Washington, now Washington, depending upon what kind of firearm you're getting, there's a wait period. But in Oregon, with or without your permit, you can go down to NEFFL, fill out the paperwork, and as soon as the NICS check comes back, you get your firearm. So if it comes back in 3 minutes that you're good to go, you're walking out the door. And during the height of the firearm craze, it was taking some people like 2-3 weeks to get a response back from NICS. So
yeah, NICS can be kind of slow.
Yeah, Oregon runs the state NICS. So I believe it goes through the federal also, but they have the Oregon NICS that they're running through.
The thing that gets me about those background checks is I have to have one done for my CDL. I had to have one done for my CCP, and if I was still running hazmat, I'd have to have that done along with that Twix card, which I don't have and don't really care to have. I think I've only made one trip onto the docks there twice this year. Don't go in there very often. This last time, holy crap, I had to go in there and get pay them $125 for an escort.
What?
Oh yeah, you don't have Twitch card, they cost you. Yeah, it's extortion. That's all it is.
Was she
Ex-
cute?
yeah.
Yeah,
No, she wasn't actually.
She was built like Pete Rose.
Oh, good Lord.
So, I know, Rob, you had mentioned something earlier in the private chat. You want to?
Oh yeah, if you don't care, I just wanted to ask. I don't know if anybody's familiar. We got a bunch of people in the archery out there, but kind of get your guys' take on. Well, I kind of started that wrong. I guess this whole time I've been messing around on YouTube, like 2 years publicly, a year or two prior to that, in the shadows. I never hear anybody talk about the arrows you can actually attach a 22, 25, 38 caliber round to and fire. So when they hit, it hits the primer and pops it off into the target. Is that anything anybody's experienced with? Is it legal, illegal in your area? Gimmicky?
They're illegal in Maine. It's called an explosive tip, and they do not allow them.
I would say I thought they did away with all explosive tips federally.
There's still some around. I
No, you can still get them.
used to.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I've seen them, so
yeah.
they're there. I don't know what you're
Oh, yeah.
supposed to have or whatever, but is this anything you guys have experimented with?
No, not me.
You know, the person that might be best to answer that question, who was out in the crowd earlier, would be Clovertack. He's big into archery. And he's big into small FUD calibers. So I'd almost ask
Perfect
him.
combination, right?
Yeah, he would be like the person to ask.
Okay. I'm just curious on what type of damage that actually does create. Like, I'd love to see that on a gel block or something, but I don't know. I wasn't aware they were federally banned at this point. It kind of a follow-up question with that is the diving knives that are the same way with CO2, not the same way, but take a CO2 canister. Is that something you would have any interest in? I mean, I personally think it would be great for a defensive knife, but they're a little big and heavy. Legal, illegal, should be illegal, illegal. What do you guys think? Have you seen them?
They're legal.
Not me. Never heard of them.
I've seen the short commercials on YouTube, but it honestly doesn't interest me.
It seems like it'd be a hell of a weapon. I mean, it releases that CO2 cartridge pretty much in one shot to make a big wound cavity. Silently. It seems like it'd be a hell of a weapon. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm sure anything cool is illegal in New York. Like, I can't even get a freaking cool looking BB gun here. So I know it ain't legal here, but wondering if anybody's had any experience or anything like that. Or
So it looks like there's a few YouTube channels that actually have videos on those exploding arrows.
really,
You've got like Twang and Bang, Inventor 719, Taufluder Mouse, and Full Mag. They have videos on them.
Talfuger Mouse is the one that you can see all kinds of things that he'll shoot out of a shotgun, including dry ice and things of that nature.
Oh, yeah, he's got a good channel there. It's a lot of fun.
So, didn't one of those guys from that channel just pass away?
Yeah, the older guy.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Benny or Dave or whatever.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't remember his name.
I forget what his name was. Mr. Rich White probably could tell you in 30 seconds what his name is.
Son of a gun.
And Mr. Willie
I wondered why I
Bulldam.
had seen him on the show there
Hey guys,
for a while.
I was having
How-
a hard time signing in.
How's it going?
Whoa.
Good, just unprimed, 1045s, and I hate small primer 45s, but I got a lot to clean.
Yeah, it sounds like it. If you're gonna do 1,000 small,
I just did 1500 large, and now I have large and small mixed together that I have to clean, and then I'll start again.
but if you have them mixed together, when you after cleaning, now you're gonna have to go and resort them by primer size.
It's easy. It's real simple to do.
Wouldn't it be easier
That's if
to?
I'm using my head to separate them at the same time. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just racking primers out, listening to you guys.
Wouldn't it be easier to separate them first
Yes, it would.
and
It would.
clean all your large pistol primers as one batch, and then all your small pistol primers as a second batch?
Well, no, because then you're doing double duty cleaning. And the stuff I use is, I don't use Lemmy Shine and soap. I use brass juice. Yeah, I think it's brass juice and distilled water and Primo. I mean, just no pins needed. Everything's beautiful. So I'll clean them all at one time and then go through and separate them.
Well, welcome, Willie. Sorry,
Well,
the
thank you.
host wants to invite you on just to tell you you're doing your job wrong. You know,
Oh, it's all right.
damn
It's all
Glock
right.
guys.
Hey, you know,
Uh,
I'm a
maybe you
Glock
could-
guy, so
all right, well, I see why you put up with him then.
yeah.
But maybe you could tell us how the process is going for you in California. Obviously, you may not want to give your county or anything like that.
No,
but,
I'm in San Joaquin. I live in San Joaquin County, and I lived in Stanislaus County. No, wait a minute. No, backwards. I lived in San Joaquin. Now I live in Stanislaus. When I lived in San Joaquin, they would not give me a permit. I tried 3 times. Disabled vet, honorably discharged, did not care. Not a
did
good
you have
enough
to
reason.
pay those 3 times to apply?
$80 a pop.
Damn.
$80 a pop right here. Now, right now, for me, the class was 140 because I had a 40% off gift card from my son's girlfriend's father who went through the class. And then by the time I get done, it's damn near $500 between the fingerprinting and all the background. And still, there's no guarantee I'm going to get it. They could still say, sorry, you don't have a good enough reason, even though
Okay.
we don't have enough law enforcement in our area at all, like everyone else in California. You know, we're struggling for officers, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed I'll get it this time. But it's a complete
What is your
waste-
what is
Go
your 500 actually going for? Your application? I'm assuming a
Application,
class,
the
fingerprints.
class- Yep, everything.
You need like a passport ID or something like that.
No, we
or
don't have to do
photos?
passport, but we have to do our new California license we have to have.
Done.
And you have to have a certain one because there's 2 licenses in California. There's one license that where you could get a passport and fly out, and then there's another license where you can actually buy a gun. I got to buy the gun license. So I'm hoping I have the right license, so I'm not going to have to go through DMV and pay the application fee all over again. And I mean, if you miss dotting one I and crossing one T, they kick it right out. And I can't spell, guys. So I'm having my wife go over this application for me going, did I do it right or not? I went and got it photocopied 3 times in case I screwed up, you know, because it has to
Same,
be in
but I can't
my writing.
spell very well myself. Now, can you have 2 licenses in California? One for a pistol and one
Nope.
to fly?
Nope. No, sir. You cannot.
So if
if
you
I
got the
wanna-
flight one, would that cover a gun as well?
No.
Or you would have to just use
It's
your
one
passport
or the
separately?
other.
Okay.
One or the other.
Okay.
And if I want to fly out of the country, I don't know what I have to do because I don't have the fly out license. Now, I could be backwards on this, but I know there's one license where you can fly and one license where you can buy a gun. Because my oldest son, screwed up and did the wrong license and had to
The
pay.
enhanced license.
I think,
That's,
I think
that's a
it.
federal. That's a federal mandated license that's required in each state for flying purpose. And pretty much all it does is give you a little gold star on your damn license that allows you to fly.
More money.
But if you have just a regular driver's license, then you can still fly.
But you'd have to pay for a passport, probably, depending where you're going.
That's if you're leaving the country.
Yeah.
But here
flying
pretty
locally,
soon,
you can fly with my license. Like I flew to Georgia with my license, not a problem. But if I want to get out of the country, I have to have the other license.
Okay.
Or you have to have a passport.
Or a passport. Well, you need a passport no matter what, you know.
Yeah,
No,
and I believe the enhanced are only accepted in a few places without a passport, like Canada,
Mexico.
I can't think of basically. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few. I think England allows the enhanced license because pretty much the enhanced license is a passport. Because you have to go through like the certain like background issues that you would have to go through to have a passport to get the enhanced license.
Curious as to what his class requires. What type of class is this? What have they told you? What do you need to bring? You make it 1,000 rounds for that class? Because that sounds like a lot.
It's 50 rounds per firearm per caliber. So if I'm going to take 245s and 1.9, so I'm taking 150 rounds. The other rounds I'm loading up, I do steel challenge. So I go on the 13th for my steel, 13th and 14th for my concealed class, and the 21st I go shoot my steel match. So that's 600 rounds right there. So it goes really fast, you know.
Now you have to have a license per caliber, or can you just take the class with whatever and you can carry whatever?
You know, it's it's one license and you can have 3 guns on your license. You have to have 3 firearms. But see, now one thing I have to do, which really sucks, is do you guys keep your paperwork every time you buy a gun?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I handwrite copies because receipts don't last.
I did too, until I moved to this address. So the one gun I want, I have to go to the DOJ to get proof of ownership. My new gun that I'm putting on it, I have proof of ownership, and my Glock, I have proof of ownership. So my SIG 220 that I've had for 29 years, I no longer have the paperwork for. So I got to spend more money. And there's Tim S. Hey, buddy.
That sucks. So you can only have 3 handguns?
That's it. 3 guns.
On permit.
Wow.
On your license.
So
on
you
your
can't
permit, 3 firearms. And you can't change. You can only go through those 3 firearms. If you want to change, say I bought a new gun and I wanted to put that one on my license, I have to wait for my renewal, which is every single year, $75 a year. Then I have to pay the paperwork fee to change the firearm on my license.
Which is another
$150.
$150.
Well, I'm praying we're moving within 2 to 3 years. I'm praying, but
going down south.
Well, if I had my way, I'd go to Tennessee. You know, because there's a beautiful gun range out there. Dead Zero, and man, I'd love to be a member there.
What's inspired you to take this journey, to pay this risk, to deal with this BS?
I gotta say hello to Miss Pamela Earp. Hi,
Pamela.
Hello, and thank you for stopping by.
It's just the rock of Gibraltar on you. Every time you turn around, if you live in California, you know, it's just, you get penalized for everything and taxed to live in crap. You know how much gas is here.
I can understand that.
Gallon, you know?
No, I mean, to go ahead with your concealed carry, permit,
Oh,
the process. What made you, excuse the pun, but pull the trigger on actually taking the risk of doing it?
I'm an ex-Army Ranger, and I've been attacked 4 times. Twice in my town now, and actually we had 3 home invasions at my last house, but I wasn't able to get up in time to put a hole in them. So one was a kid. I saw it was a kid's shoe. I could have blew his foot off, but I wasn't going to maim a kid for breaking into my house. So
I would have.
Now,
not in California, you wouldn't.
I was gonna say, in California, isn't it until the last few years been duty to retreat?
Yeah,
that's how they have it in New York. If somebody's breaking in and they're like, "Whoa, stop! I'll leave." Legally, I can't shoot them.
If I legally wanted to kill a person in my house, they had to have a weapon, and I physically have to think my life's in danger. Well, okay, after I shot them, that's going to be in their hand, and I thought I was in life in danger.
That's what I'm talking
about.
And
if you have military service, that's kind of used against you in a bad way too, because they say you have the capabilities, you have been trained.
That's exactly what my police
becomes a damn issue. Yeah, the more classes you take can be a bad thing in some cases.
The police chief in my old town said the exact same things. Why do you need a concealed weapon? You were taught how to kill with your hands. Okay, and I ain't that guy no more.
Disabled.
I'm a fat old disabled man.
So Rob, one thing you don't know about Mr. Willie, he is missing his leg, so it makes it a little harder for him to stand up.
Okay.
So
Rob, what branch were you in? I heard you were in the military. Were you a Marine?
Yeah, Army. No.
Army. Okay.
No.
Yeah, like when you said our weapons are more clean than we are, I was laughing my butt off, going, "Yep, ain't that the truth?"
It just seems to be good practice. I mean, maybe I'm biased, and I still feel that way to this day. But I don't have these issues. I still use cheap CLP. Not knocking any other companies or saying anything isn't better, but I've gotten by with the mil spec basic minimum, and it's always worked fine for me. It's just your
CLP
cleaning routine. So
actually, Jamie just got me to go over to mineral oil. It's hoppies without the smell.
Wow.
You can buy a big ass bottle from Amazon for like $6 and last you probably the rest of my life. But I gotta say, Uncle Jim hates me, but he told me about G96. Man, this stuff smells like Hubba Bubba bubblegum to me. I don't get in much trouble cleaning my guns in the house with this versus everything else.
Well, so the Aegis that I was talking about earlier, it doesn't have that heavy smell.
Oh, it doesn't?
Yeah. And the nice thing is with it being heavier than water, if you're, carrying or you're out shooting in the rain or you drop your firearm in a puddle, that water is not going to get into some of your more intricate parts and be trapped under the gun grease or gun lubricant. It will be on top of it.
That sounds great, but it almost sounds like frog lube, what Kyle Lusk was telling me about, because that embeds into the metal, keeps the water out of it. Is it sort of like, I've never used frog lube. I'm just assuming it sounds like the same.
Yeah, but even, it's really, really good stuff, and you don't have to use a whole lot of it, and it's out of the Pacific Northwest. So it's local. Great. It's local to us. And it's a veteran-owned and former law enforcement officer who actually runs the company.
Oh, that's even better.
So, yeah, he's a good guy. And maybe one of these days I'll reach out to him to try getting him over here to come talk about his product.
That'd be a good idea.
That would be great. I'd love to hear it from him.
And, he could also help out with if we have, because with him being as good as he is in the firearm industry, he would also be able to tell if that, his products could be used on some of our like reloading equipment in the cleaning
Sure.
process.
Yeah, my
So then
rock chucker's filthy as hell right now because it was all range brass I picked up. I'm sorry, my dog's barking. Let me mute myself.
It's all right.
Say hello.
Hey,
What's going on?
nothing much.
Hi.
So, Miss Gunpowder Beauty is asking if anyone has tried the Aegis gun cleaning products, and I can tell you, this guy right here has got 2 of their products because one was when they were the gun cleaners, and now as Aegis Gun Care, he's gotten their product. So he's gotten their product under 2 different of their brands. So,
And there's videos on them.
and
Good stuff. Oh, I'm glad Willie's able to explain a little bit about that, about California. So I don't know. I can't speak.
I wanted to come on. It's just, it's difficult. I hear of people that can get them, like in San Francisco. I heard it. You might as well forget it. But I hear of people because they got the cheddar. They can afford it and they know the right people. If you don't know those people, you're not getting it there. It's just, and if I move from here, I'm screwed. It's over with. If you don't keep your original address, forget it. Your license, if they find out I don't live in this house, my license is, they'll kill it right then and there.
Wow.
It happened to my oldest son's mother's boyfriend. The cops went up and knocked on the door to make sure he still lived there. He owned the house, but his granddaughter says, no, he doesn't live with us. He's living with his new girlfriend. There goes his license.
Man.
Right there.
Oh,
Just because
man.
she missaid one thing, his license was taken away.
See, that's unheard of to me. Yeah, to me, I'm sure other
Nice.
people would see it the same way. Like you would never know if he didn't live there.
Mhm.
No disrespect, but it's like hearing it from the horse's mouth. It's amazing how different things are in some places than the crap people have to go through. But
Yeah, I talked to Jamie. I think I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. His permit was like $35, and it's like 5 years long before it expires.
yeah,
If
and there's
you're
$75 every year.
And if you're 1 day late here, your license, you have to do the whole thing all over again. No grace period. You have to certified check or a normal written. Who writes a normal checkbook anymore? I had to ask my wife where it was because they don't take debit card or anything else. I have to go get a cashier's check or have checks made with this address because my checks are from my old house. It's been that long since I wrote a check out to anywhere.
I'm sorry to hear
Okay.
you've been attacked so many times, and got
Oh,
to
it's
deal
all-
with that shit where you're at. So
It's transient. That's what it is. I
Yeah.
had this one transient, and this was my son's girlfriend was pregnant at the time, getting ready to give birth any day. And 2 of them came after me. One had a pipe. I took one guy out right away. Easy peasy. Flipped him over, took him down hard, broke his collarbone. The other guy hit me upside the back because my hearing is so bad. When I got hit in the back of the head, I was out for like, I don't know, it had to have been 30 seconds. And I was afraid for her. And normally I wear a gun on me every day. Every single day, normally I wear a gun. That day I didn't. If I had the firearm, I would have dropped both of them, and I would have probably went to jail for the rest of my life for murder. But to protect my future grandson, I would have.
So,
some things are worth going to jail for when it comes
Absolutely.
to family. So
Absolutely.
what were you about to say, Mr. Foss?
I was muted. I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you chimed in to say something.
That was probably me. At the state of Maine up here, it's $35 for 5 years, but you have to do the whole process over again when yours expires. It's basically the same, Willie. I got to make sure that I keep tabs of when that thing is gonna expire and try to get it done 1 or 2 months beforehand. That way I don't have to worry about that stuff.
Most definitely, I'll be doing that.
So in Oregon, until here lately, with 554 that just passed, it was $50 to get your concealed carry the first time. Then you have to do your training. You can do it either online or in person, depending upon your county. And then $25 to renew. And now it's going to be $100 to get it the first time, and $50 to renew. So everything doubles. Plus whatever if you go in person to your training, it depends upon, what they want to charge for those classes. So I'm going to guess if you're like in the Portland area, you're probably going to be looking at, a couple $100 for your training classes, versus if you're in a rural area where, it may be like $40-$50 for your training.
See, my bad
Normally
part
you're-
is. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, normally your pistol permit office, sheriff, or whoever it may be that you got to deal with usually has a list of people they recognize. Now, a lot of times, Safe Bet's taking that list, but at the same time, as long as they're actually certified, like if you got a friend's brother or whatever and it's legal within the state, you could also do that as long as you're confident they know how to deal with the paperwork. Because for my classes, what seemed to be the most important thing is that you paid them the money and that you did the paperwork right. Any wrong, anything funny, or like he was stating spelling, or it was almost like you're handing in a term paper. If anything's wrong, you're going to get kicked right back out. And make sure you use black ink, just like military or anything. Don't use your purple pen or none of that crap. Everything's got to be like 100%. So if you trust that person with the paperwork to that level, by all means, they are legally available, because there is smaller groups. Same thing here. There's like a couple big names, and then there's a few smaller names. The smaller names do just as good of a job as the bigger names. They're just not as well known. So don't overlook those people, but obviously don't short yourself and go with a brand new guy that has no idea what the hell he's doing either. So
We've had a couple new people out in the crowd. Mr. Mike is out there, and Rougaroo's channel, you guys, he's a smaller channel, a little over 700 people, and he does a lot of AK videos and gunsmithing videos. So I would definitely give him a look and see if you like his stuff. He is a great guy, and he is a down home Southern boy out of Louisiana.
Yeehaw.
So
Yeah. See, my problem, like I was saying, is I went for the company that her father went through, and then when I read the paperwork in my county, they don't recognize that company. So now I'm going to have that company recognize. New York Outcast was saying I have to make sure that they're going to accept that class. If not, another $140 to another class.
out the window. Yep.
Yep.
yeah,
So,
so I know.
I'm praying they're going to accept it.
I know, like around here, like when you go to take your class, you hand the instructors the paperwork, so all your application and everything, because there's a part of there that they have to fill out if you do in person, and certify that you did the shooting portion of it. And they also look over your paperwork and help you to make sure all your paperwork is in order correctly before you have to go and submit all your paperwork. so that this way it kind of helps get the process going a lot smoother. So
That's good to know. I'll take my paperwork with me. It didn't state that on the paperwork I filled out. It didn't state that, but I'll take it with me.
It's probably a really good idea. Not to keep cutting in here, but the class I had to take, part of it was how, all about your paperwork. And they request that you email them a copy before you send it in for them to, double check it and whatnot. So if they offer that, I would definitely use it because they're getting people approved every day. I mean, if you want to, be that guy that represents yourself, good luck. But I would definitely take their advice on how to write the paper. So, and that's keep rambling. But another thing with the point I was going to make earlier is I didn't even think I'd get a permit here, and I had to take a chance to pay it because it's they feel like it, they'll issue you, but you may be surprised, especially if you're a minority or people are whatever. Because I get a lot of people on my New York video saying people are racist and this and that. They won't give you one. And I don't know. They gave me one. I mean, I paid the money. I filled everything out. They seen my picture. The judge knows I'm black. So, or, according to them or whatever. So, and they still gave me a permit. So I think I'm not rich, famous. I'm not a politician. So I don't live in New York City. So I'm sure there's a difference. But I think a lot of people get discouraged as soon as you say shall issue, and maybe they get it, maybe they don't. So I give it to him. He got denied 3 times in a row, and now he's still at another county putting up more money trying it again. So, it's this guy really wants to be able to defend himself. He really wants his damn rights, and it's a shame you got to spend that much for it. But I just hate to see people get discouraged because of that. But nobody likes paying for a maybe. Hopefully this New York thing actually works out. I don't have a lot of faith in it, but I'm hoping so, because I think that's a shit deal for everybody that's in the maybe states. If you're legal, you're legal, damn it. Criminals don't ask permission.
Oh, no.
I definitely think SCOTUS is leaning heavily on changing the fact that all 50 states will become shall issue, because like one of their major questions is on the shall issue. Well, if shall issue is so horrible, why isn't there more crimes in the 43 other states, that the 43 states that have shall issue? So, they're saying we need the data to show what makes it worse for shall issue over may issue. So I think there, if nothing else, we'll get all 50 states as a shall issue, which would be great for like California, New York, and the 5 other states that are may issue, which will then, grant everybody at least a fair playing field that, if as long as I'm legal and, I'm not out there breaking laws, I can at least protect myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I have that right there on the list. It states right in my paperwork, you better have a damn good reason and explain to the chief why you need it. And that's bullshit.
And because I feel unsafe is not a justified.
Nope.
No.
Can you get insurance, Willie?
I have insurance.
Okay, something like USCCA or something.
Oh, no. When I get my license, definitely I'm getting that. Okay. I think you're stupid.
Well, you can get that prior to it. And
yeah, I know.
Somebody like you may want to anyway, because it covers your hands. I mean, you could beat somebody to death with your leg and you're covered.
Stab
somebody. As long as you're within your legal limits. You know what I mean? You can't just
I didn't think
attack
about that.
somebody, but
idea.
you know what I mean?
That's a good idea.
Anybody
the hard thing is on Social Security, you only got that. I pay the rent.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Well, if you call on the phone, they will give you a military discount.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they don't really advertise too much, and they don't do it online, but on the phone they do it. So you are aware.
I think they do. I think they do list
$18 a month for over
Oh,
a
that's-
million and a quarter, I think, is what I had for like $18 a month.
Oh, that's nice.
And that's both ways. That was $1 million towards civil and criminal. $1 million and a quarter towards criminal, I think it was. So, I mean, I thought it was great. You can pick your own attorney. They can pick one for you if you like, and they give you cash basically to use for it. Like they may not place it in your hand, but you can tell them
Oh,
that's
of course.
for an attorney.
Yeah.
And obviously work on bailing you out from the jump.
Are you saying I can't get the cash and go buy a new gun before I go to jail?
No, it doesn't work that way. But
Damn it.
I just recommend, especially in a state like California and New York,
Oh,
they wouldn't
yeah.
allow us to have it anymore because
Well, it's-
we're all
it-
just
It's
insuring
my
murder
wonderful
or something.
governor.
So I don't
My
know,
wonderful governor allows all these transits to live wherever they want, to go to the bathroom wherever they want, and attack people whenever they want, to rob you. That's my wonderful governor. You know.
So, to answer Balding Curious, he says, never going to happen. Communist states will fight it. So, the one thing that a lot of I have not heard come out of anyone who has been talking about the SCOTUS, no one's talking about the fact that New York Attorney General, who is fighting this, has conceded the shall issue versus may issue. That's not what they're fighting. They're fighting on the fact of the sensitive area clause. They want to make sure that they can lock down the sensitive area clause. Because one of their major arguments was, well, we don't want people open carrying in Times Square on New Year's Eve. Well, that's a whole different thing than, and, they were talking about, well, what about going into, like Yankee Stadium and all the alcohol flowing, and then you get two different people that are carrying firearms inside the stadium, and they decide to start shooting a bunch of people. Well, that's bullshit. But, again, like Yankee Stadium or any of those pro football, pro baseball stadiums, those aren't city owned. Those aren't state owned. Those are privately owned. It would fall under just like any other private owned business. If they tell you you can't have a firearm or you can't have a knife, guess what? You can carry it in there, but if you get caught, depending upon what your state recognizes, your ass could be going to jail.
The last time I went to any type of sports, they had metal detectors. So I don't know how you can, I'm sure you could somehow get a gun in, but crazy.
Yeah, that was one of their major things that they were like screaming during the SCOTUS on Wednesday. And I hope I'll be able to listen to the one on Monday. I'll be at work, so not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to catch it live. So definitely hoping somebody like Guns and Barbecue or what's that? MK Journals Outdoor or Outdoor Journals. He used to be Budget Guns and Gear.
Yeah, he'll Guns and Gadget will have it going.
Yeah, well, I kind of really like sticking with the smaller channels because, like myself, or because you don't have to,
I know what you're saying.
You don't have to listen to all the other stuff, and a lot of us are.
You feel incompetent next to big guys.
No, it's just if you look at. So I had pulled up Guns and Gadgets.
I'm just messing with it.
Live stream, and it was mainly more about making the money, the super chats, versus like Budget Guns and Gear, who, yeah, you could super chat him because he's, over 1,000 viewers. But there wasn't a whole lot of people, doing the super chats, and he was still answering questions as he could.
All right.
So are you not happy with the show if people don't read your comments? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Foss, do you want to plug anything before you get out of here?
Well, just say check out anybody that's on the panel. Check out their channels. I put links for everybody a little bit earlier, or anybody in the side chat. Maybe find somebody new to watch, or better yet, start making videos yourself, because you never know who wants to hear what you have to say. And if anyone's up at a god awful 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll be doing my chat.
Pacific Standard Time or Eastern Metric Time?
Pacific time. 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. Pacific, 4 a.m. metric. We're going to talk about a little bit about gun cleaning and AK-47s.
No SKS?
No, not this time.
So, when are we going to convert you to the comedy side and get you to get an AK?
Probably not going to happen. But
What?
appreciate you trying.
Wait. I'm pretty sure you and Rob D and RTAC and a bunch of all y'all riding my ass about making sure that I got an AR and at least shot an AR, because I had never had till earlier this summer. And so now I think the favor is being returned. You can't say you don't like it until you try it.
Well, sure I can. It's America.
What, you never shot an AK?
Nope, I've shot an SKS, but not an AK.
Oh, well, that's the same difference then.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's never owned either.
Well, I can say I packed an AK in a couple countries where I couldn't carry an M16 because we didn't want our footprint there.
AKs are really nice firearms. I'm just saying.
The tractor of the gun world.
But so if anybody happens to be up, come hang out with us. So I gotta go eat something, try and get a short nap, and then get ready. So,
well, enjoy your evening and have a great show. I'll definitely catch it on replay because I probably will not be awake at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't be either, but yeah. So everybody have a good night.
Yep, take care, man. I'll definitely catch the replay. Always
nice
do.
Talking to you.
Have a good one, folks.
Now, if I can plug one person, I plug MacMan039. He's a new channel, but I mean, just phenomenal. Beautiful equipment, very knowledgeable man. Good channel. Plus Single Shot, who just left, I guess.
Yep. I guess Mr. Single Shot bailed out. So yeah, Single Shot's great wealth of knowledge. And yeah, I've been watching a lot of MacMan's videos and him doing the remelting of the ingots not that long ago. Of all the bullets, turning them back into ingots and stuff. That was definitely a good video to watch.
Once you become a caster, you're going to never buy store-bought bullets again. Unless you're doing super long range,
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely getting into the reloading game, so I don't know I don't know how quick I will jump into the casting game, but definitely it's going to be I want to try getting a nice footing underneath of me before I go trying, because if I go trying to put too much in at one time, I'm probably going to screw something up. So I'd rather baby steps.
You're going to have a wall of shame. Trust us. All of those reloaders have a wall of shame, where you mess something up, you screwed something up. As long as you don't hurt yourself, we've all messed up stuff, where we over flared it, over crimped it, and you're not going to shoot it, of course, but I have box over there somewhere of stuff I need to tear apart to recover the product, recover the primers.
So that's one of my questions. I've kind of keep forgetting to, if you say you screw up a round when you're reloading it and you realize, crap, I just screwed this round up. Can you take the primer back out of that case and reuse it? Or do you pretty much just need to try figuring out how to save the case and reload it from that point?
My safe answer is going to say don't do it, but I've done thousands of them that I've screwed up, not thousands, but if I need to, you go very slow pushing the primer out, you can get away with it. As long as the cup stays in the primer, you're A-okay. Just push it out very slowly and you'll be fine. I've done it. I know lots of people have made boo-boos. God forbid you put large rifle in a 45 large pistol brass and you want to swap them out. There's no need to, but you can do it. Just be careful. You can recover your powder if you know what powder it is. Say someone gives you some bullets and you don't trust them. Take them apart. You can keep the primer, you can keep the bullet, keep the case, but dump the powder. If you don't know what powder it is, unless you're going to rebuild that round, say the primer didn't go off, and you're going to take it apart, put a new primer in it, put the powder back in, reseat the bullet, then you're fine. If it's a jacketed bullet, if it's a lead bullet, you're going to melt that down and put a new lead bullet in because you're going to lose the tension of the crimp. But yeah, it's fertilizer for my lawn. That's what I use old gunpowder for. That I don't know what it is because I'm not going to risk putting a rifle powder in a pistol on accident, and blow myself. I've already blown up one gun. It wasn't my fault, but everyone says it was, but it's okay. Neither here nor there, So
it doesn't seem wise. Probably better off if you don't know, play it safe,
Absolutely. Because you can blow a gun up. Trust me. I've had I've had an AR. I've had an AR blow up right next to me after the 18th round. I fired it.
I've seen it happen. But I assume powder charge has got to be a lot cheaper to get rid of than a gun and possibly your eyesight or hand or whatever.
It cost me. If the great guys on our chats, the Scotsman, Texarkana, Jamie, and Big Al, if they didn't give me the three guys, Texarkana, Scotsman, and Jamie bought me a new barrel, and Big Al donated me a complete upper that he won from somewhere. So basically it cost me $400 when that gun went boom over a mistake someone made, but it's my fault because I used undocumented powder. Okay. I've been doing this for 30 years. I'm not an idiot. Needless to say, that's why I can't go on the other person's chat anymore, so, oh well. I won't go there.
Yep.
It's just be safe. Just be careful. Right off the back, use your book, your reloading manual.
Yeah,
go by that. Start low and work your way up. Don't go right to the max like some people jump in. Oh, I got a 44. I got to have that big fireball. All you're doing is wasting powder with that big fireball, Yeah,
one of my main reasons for getting into the reloading game is to be able to dial in the best round for the firearm that I'm using. And I understand that my Glock 23 is going to be liking one kind of projectile, versus if I go and get a Beretta. That Beretta is going to perform differently because one, you got barrel length issue difference, and then your rifling is different, and you could take 15 Glock 23s, and each one of them could like different projectiles, different powder loads, and everything. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of getting into the reloading game.
I don't think it's going to affect you so much in barrel length as long as you're not doing a snub nose. What's going to affect you is chamber length. Like my CZ is the tightest chamber I've ever seen on a gun. It only likes one bullet that I've got into it. I want to run a different bullet, and it's just being a pain in the ass. So I have to use this round nose bullet design, and it feeds flawless. So I'm sticking with it. Like you're saying, you want that one perfect bullet, but don't go away. Don't just think you have to shoot jacketed. Like Jamie sent you some of those lead bullets. I can send you lead bullets to try. Lead is way cheaper than your jacketed rounds. You know, berries are not that bad. Everything's expensive now. It's ridiculous right now. It's stupid. But shooting lead is so much more cheaper. You're not going to save any money, but you're going to shoot a whole lot more. Especially when you get that 10 mil dialed in. I'm assuming it's a 10 mil?
40 cal.
Oh, 40 cal. Okay. Yeah, I'll start saving my 40 brass for you then. I just save it up for other people.
Wouldn't lead hit and expand and make more of a mess than a lot of jacketed hollow points?
Okay, jacketed hollow. Well, okay, there's two parts. You can have hard cast lead, soft. I mean, there's all kinds of different parts of lead. You know, you can have virgin lead that's going to expand and rip apart in the body, where a jacketed hollow point might open up a lot. I was involved one civilian shooting when I was an armed guard. Shot a guy 3 times with 9 mil, point blank range, jacketed hollow point, Winchesters. One bullet expanded a quarter, the other 2 didn't open up at all. So that's why I gave up on hollow points. I've seen better expansion out of a semi-wad cutter bullet than I have out of most hollow points right now. You know, I have some Rainier 147 grain hollow points. I push them out of my AR-9, they will not open up. They just will not open. The lead is so hard in them. Just might as well count it as a jacketed bullet, you know. Major manufacturers, they do have the softer lead. It should open up. You know, you guys were talking earlier about that one police ammo that got taken away, you know, that was breaking apart. And I guess you said
the RIP, the RIP round.
Yeah, the RIP round. You know, there's some pretty nasty rounds out right now that are going to do tremendous damage, but then there's some that suck. You know.
Well, and so with hollow points, again, it comes to your barrel length. It comes to like
how fast can you spin that bullet, get it out. The most pressure impact on it.
And depending upon your round, like they're designed to mushroom, or the pedals are designed to break off at a certain FPS. So if you're running it in too short of a barrel or too long of a barrel, it may not hit that sweet spot that they're saying, okay, well, you need to be in X FPS, and in between these FPSs, or it's not going to operate, you know, properly. So you got to make sure that you're also paying attention to that. Mm-hmm. So that's why if you're reloading, you can kind of dial in your reloads based upon your firearm, based upon making sure that it's actually going to open when it needs to be opening.
Yeah. The problem is in my state, I cannot shoot anyone with a reloaded round. They'll automatically call me a man killer round.
What about running like
Automatically. 100%. No reloaded rounds can you shoot somebody with because you are
God
making
forbid
a
you did.
man-killing round, even though that's the job of the bullet to do. But you are designing a bullet to kill man better than a
Absolutely.
factory. That's what they do. A friend of
So
mine,
I think they pushed the factory for the fact of, and the hollow points specifically in most cases. I think there's a conspiracy with it. I think they push it because it leaves great striation marks on the jacketing. And it's very easy to collect for evidence. I think a lot of this stuff is making it as easy as possible to arrest you later, depending on the situation. Unlike lead, where lead, yes, depending on what you hit, this and that may still leave marks, but is usually soft enough that it disforms and therefore becomes pretty much untraceable.
no.
So-
I've recovered many lead bullets that you can see the rifling on the base of it perfectly.
Yep, some you can. Like I said,
Yeah.
depending what it hits, and obviously there's differences with the lead, but it just seems, I don't know, it seems like one of them things they just, maybe I'm just completely wrong. I have no idea, but it seems
No, I mean, my
something I'm
opinion
working
could be-
on. I don't know.
My opinion could be completely wrong too. I mean, I'm just going off what I know. I've seen, like I said, I've seen better mushrooms out of a semi-wad cutter bullet than I have out of most hollow point bullets, Not saying that hollow points aren't good. I got a box over here that were given to me that I don't think I ever want to shoot. I don't know if I'm going to load them because they're, that scarce of a bullet. I probably shouldn't even be saying this now, but hey, I can move a box and no one can find that,
Right.
Especially in my state,
Yeah, he's over in New Mexico.
Yep, absolutely am. I'm bouncing off a satellite right now. I'm telling you.
Nothing illegal with Hershey Kiss rounds.
Hey,
Right.
you know what? There's nothing illegal for owning a bullet that is not loaded.
Exactly.
They can fine me for having a bullet that I'm not supposed to have, but if it's not loaded, it's just a piece of lead in jacketing.
Now, with that round that I was looking at earlier that you saw from Cutting Edge, would that be acceptable in
I didn't
California?
see it. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I apologize. A lot of time I was just listening on my earbud and pounding out primers. So
it's a solid copper hollow point.
okay, you're wasting your money right there. A solid copper hollow point is not going to expand. It's solid in my eyes, unless it's designed to rip apart in petals.
Yeah.
If it's
the
if it's designed to rip apart in petals, then hell yeah, that'll be massive damage. You know?
The four petals are designed to come apart within the first 1.5 to 2 inches of penetration, and then the base is designed to keep penetrating up to 14 to 16 inches for the blunt force trauma.
That's what she said.
Yeah, 14 inches though. You think about how wide is an average human torso, so that base is exiting the body and possibly hitting someone else. That's what scares me because I live in this stupid state I'm in.
Well, a lot of those use the 14 to 16 inch standard, which is what an FBI standard is they want 14 to 16 inches of penetration is what the FBI standard is.
I think that sounds great. You just got to find the right powder charge to get the right feet per second that you want, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. But that's one of those ones. It definitely kind of makes me nervous due to the fact it's 120 grain, 40 projectile. So that's going to be screaming, versus running like a 155 grain.
Is that going to be messing your barrel life up?
No, as long as you're not burning your forcing cone and making that thing super balls out fast, it's not going to affect your barrel life. In my eyes, 110 grain, right off the back in this Hornady book, The lightest I'm seeing is 155. I could look it
Yeah.
up in quick loads, but
Yeah, it's 120 grain, and it's a brand new projectile.
yeah, it's
Like,
not even in the book. At
if you-
least in this book.
If you go to their website, they tell you point blank, if you want load data on it, you have to email us, and we will email you the load data.
Well, then that's good.
They won't actually put it on their website.
But why not though? If they want you to buy the bullet,
Yeah,
if you don't have information to load it properly, that sounds iffy to me. I mean, because if you're buying that bullet, you want that bullet to do a specific job, protect you and your family. You want maximum meat shredding possibility. You want that person to die no matter what.
They
I don't
figure
know.
they would post it.
You
'Cause,
think they
you
would
know,
because
why
if someone
Have any
loads,
weirdness about it?
yeah, if someone loads a round up and blows their gun up because they don't want to post their data, that's a lawsuit in California right off the back. You know that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it is in other states, but
they tell you they'll give you the load data, but you have to email them for it.
then yeah, do
Well,
it. Absolutely.
Wouldn't that leave room for them in interpretation to be able to change it? Like they're afraid to publicly state a number. I mean, that would be my concern. Like it
Mhm.
just seems funny. Something just doesn't seem right.
Well,
You know-
I think so my interpretation of this is the fact that they don't want to just throw out a blanket. Here's our projectile. Use 4.5 grains. To
So
get.
they're gonna tweak it to every barrel and this and that or whatever.
Well,
for
they
you.
probably want to know what kind of powder you're going to be using.
Mhm.
So that they can say, okay, well, if you're using power pistol, use X amount of grains. If you're using like unique, use X amount of grains. So they probably want to know what kind of powder you're actually running. If you're running green dot, if you're running red dot, because they also have rifle rounds and everything else out there. So depending upon what kind of powder that you're actually going to use for your reloading, and they may even want to know if you're running what kind of primers you could be running.
Sure.
All
You
right.
gotta
Well,
remember, some bullet companies are biased for what powder they want you to use. Their brand powder, their company brand or whatever. There's you can look in 4 different manuals and be different load data. Since I shoot zinc a lot on my pistol, that's super light. I mean, it could be 190 grain, 90 grain bullet, out of a 357 Magnum. I mean, super fast. So that's why I'm glad I have quick loads, so I could look at what the cut pressure is, what the burn rate powder is. I want to see everything, and there's other free sites out there that you can look at to show you what powder does what. You want to look in the back of your books. Books are your friend. I'm telling you right now. There's burn chart data. You can use slower powder, medium fast powder. I mean, there's all kinds of different powders out there, and they're all in the books. You can look up what speed, say that company says, I want you to use only power pistol. Well, you don't have power pistol by you. You go to the load burn chart and find out what's the one right next to it, below it, not above it, below it. And if you're going to go above it, then you're going to bring down, 10th of grain or whatever. You're going to bring the powder charge down just a little bit to protect yourself. So, like, there's a lot of powders I can't get where I am. I just don't see them. Shooter's World powder, I don't see anywhere around me. When I go out of state, I can find it, but then I have to hazmat it back to the house, so it's not worth it.
Well, it doesn't seem funny or strange that the company wants to know all your business in a sense.
Yeah, it does seem that way to me. Why wouldn't?
Self-defense guide?
Why would
It seems weird to me. That'd be like buying a box of brownies and you got to call Betty Crocker to find out how to make them.
Absolutely.
If you screw it up, it's on you. But you figure they'd have a printed recipe available for anybody to see. I realize it's different business, but you know what I mean.
No, you're right. You're right, 100%. I'm thinking the same thing. Why wouldn't they publish it? Or at least put it online? Why wouldn't they put it online where you can look it up and you could feel safe and warm and cuddly, inside, knowing you're not going to blow yourself up between one powder or the next powder. I mean,
Or if you are in a situation like you stated, you only have powder B or whatever. Mm-hmm. You realize you're taking it upon yourself to use a different powder, but you're being smart about it, using one that's at a lower burn, starting there, not over like you're stating, where you subtract some. Although if that's all you had, you might want to subtract a little extra. But obviously, when you do that, you're taking it upon yourself. That's like switching oil for an egg or something. Or
that just happened. Yeah,
with bacon or something. Yeah.
That barrel I blew up. I blew up. I called the manufacturer. It's not published data. I looked on Quick Loads. I saw where it was, the burn rate, how fast this certain powder was. Called the manufacturer. Manufacturer saying, yeah, we're going to publish it soon. They still haven't published it since this one went bang. And I would have never said anything to anyone until I had 3, 1 Marine, 1 Army, armorer doing it for their whole life, say, look, right here in the same spot, saying this was done wrong. I would have never said A, B, or C, I would have just took it on me saying I screwed up and suck it up, Buttercup. But, just be careful, start low and work your way up to the charge you want, because like my wife, I have a 38 Super in a 1911. She loves it because I make the charge light, For me, I make it a little heavier for myself. So you can change your loads to make our kids, number one, so they don't get flinchy and everything else. And like me right now, when there's steel challenge, I'm shooting my powder charge I'm shooting right now is not published, because it's so light. It's enough for my gun to go bang, eject the case, fall right next to me and hit the steel. That's fine. I'm shooting steel. I don't want to burn excess powder, As long as the gun functions every time, I'm happy. So that's why I had a video up and I took it down, because I didn't want anyone to know my loads I'm doing. Because I don't want no one to say, hey, he did this, let's do that, Next thing I get 11.
Are you shooting in a regular league? Yeah. And I don't mean any disrespect saying
no.
But I don't know if there's
no.
Like with timing, running around, all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not doing the running around matches. I'm stationary. We do have to move from one box to another, I'm not saying I'm anywhere near anyone. I mean, I've seen kids shoot the time it took me to get my gun out of the holster. I've seen them shoot 6 rounds, under 5 seconds. They're clearing steel. Just bing, 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 bing. I'm like, holy, first time I heard them going off, I'm like, who's shooting that fast? Is there 2 people shooting? I was like, no, that's 1 person over there. I walked over and come out of the holster. Boom. I was just like, holy shit. I hope I get there one day,
But a lot of it's just for, I assume, at least, I don't shoot professionally or nothing like that, but I definitely have competitions with myself for personal improvement.
I am like not shooting professional at all. I'm just having fun. That's what I'm doing. That's all it is. And plus, the guys I shoot with have their CCW. And in California, I cannot go to a range and pull from a holster. They'll kick you right out. You cannot draw from a holster at all, even if you have a CCW. So the only way I can get drawing practice besides dry firing, which I do every day, is to go to these matches.
Wow. You'd think they'd want you to practice that.
Exactly.
To clear your shirt, control, to be able to stop the threat quickly.
But
it's like the triggers and things like that. You'd want the person to have the best control over that tool possible. Like a surgeon, you don't give a surgeon a greasy tool that's going to go start a surgery or something sloppy. You give them a precise instrument.
And the reason
every
why
cut is he's got to answer for it. You know what I mean? And the same thing with a fire. I don't understand why they screw with us so bad.
Because there was a lady at my son's girlfriend's father's class, never shot a gun in her life, and she's going for her CCW, first gun she ever bought. and she's going for a license. That's why they won't let you draw from a holster, because they don't know your experience. I walked in and said, "Hey, can I shoot with my chronograph? I want to shoot over my chronograph." They're like, "No, we don't know your shooting ability." I'm like, "Look at my leg. What does it say on my leg? It says Army Ranger. I've been shooting my whole freaking life, you know?" No,
Throw
we
this
don't.
damn leg through that chrono, damn it.
Exactly. I'm like, "You can watch me shoot. Watch me put it right here, you know?" They're like, "Nope, we don't got time for you. We don't want it. Get away from us." So
I got a question for you, because I know in some of the freer states, what about using BLM or National Forestry land?
yes, I can do that. Basically, what I do is I go to my sister's house. She lives on the outskirts of town where the sheriff allows shooting, but it's still 40-minute drive each way, you know, not in traffic. So
Yeah.
I don't get out there enough because, again, I'm on Social Security. I only get so much money
Oh,
allowance
yeah.
as an allowance a month, and my range fees are $30 to go to this match. So that's out of my $50 I give myself a month, you know. So I only got $20 to deal with gas and everything else. So
Yeah.
I don't get to shoot that much. So that's why I dry fire. Dry fire is key. Get the gun out of the holster. I downloaded an app that beeps like you're going to shoot, and it's a timing app.
Yeah, it's a shot timer.
Exactly. It doesn't register anything because I'm just dry firing, but it still gives me my hands are up. I hear the beep. I come out. I press on the target. Got a little 10-inch paper plate at the minimum distance because I'm in my bedroom doing it, you know, but I'm still practicing getting
What
out of the
about-
holster and putting it on target.
What about like a Mantis X system? I do know that they're a little spendy.
What's that? I don't know. Is it the one, the laser? It tells you where you're hitting?
It's a whole setup. You can get it for like your AR or for your pistols, and it's dry fire practice. They also have magazines that you can get for, like, say, your Glock 19 or 17, depending on which Glock you have.
I have a 34.
I believe you can still run that same magazine in there.
Yeah, it's a 17 or a 19 mag. That's all it is. Now, there is one I've seen that I think Bald and Curious had it, is gas, and it operated the slide back and forth. That would be awesome.
You can do that, but then you got to think about how much those CO2s cost you all the time.
Sure.
Where this Mantis, that magazine just moves your striker.
Oh, okay.
So it just like triggers so that you can keep, striking, pulling the trigger. So it's like resetting your trigger without ever resetting your striker and all that other. Your slide's not going to reciprocate. So, but you can still at least, it will tell you if you're, squeezing your grip too tight. It tells you if, you're pulling left or you're pulling right. If you're, it all tells you, all about it to help you be able to actually get, your fundamentals and everything. And then they have the whole academy so that you can go through different training drills and everything.
Oh, that's cool.
And so you can, get okay, I've got to dry fire, I got to pull from my holster. I've got to put 4 shots on this target. I got to reholster, and then it tells you when to draw again, and it will help you, practice all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about that. I've seen the other ones where you can put the laser in your barrel and you shoot a target and it registers where you shot on the target and stuff like that. But
yeah, they have that also where you can, you can start out and it will tell you, hey, you're squeezing too tight, your grip is too tight, your grip is too loose, different things like that. Hey, you're yanking the trigger, or you're,
oh, believe me, I can tell you right now, if you don't practice, you lose it. If you don't practice, you lose it. If you don't shoot, you lose your ability. And one guy's like, oh, that's bullshit. I'm like, you know what? I shot thousands of rounds out of a 1911. And when I went to this competition, the guys tell me I'm doing this with my hand because I have arthritis in my hand. So I'm holding on the gun. He said I'm squeezing the gun. And I'm like, I was. And then I could see the shot placement going, oh, yeah, shit, I was. And then go back to fundamentals. You know, that's why I started doing dry firing practice, getting the gun out of the holster, putting your hand in the same spot every time, squeezing the trigger, you know. I just need to buy some snap caps. I've just been beating the hell out of some old primers right now.
Yep. You know, spent brass works just as well as snap caps.
It's doing it right now. I can tell you that much. I'm getting like 8 shots out of an old primer, and then I put in I swap old primers, you know.
So, like a lot of my training that I like to do is throwing snap caps in the mag somewhere. So as you're shooting, next thing you know, you're going to have a malfunction because you're going to hit that snap cap. And so it helps you, okay, well, I need to clear this. I need to, you know, practice all this, you know, and it helps, you know, especially if you're teaching new shooters
and
throwing that in there where when they throwing a snap cap in somewhere where they're not expecting it. And all of a sudden it goes click and not bang, you know, you can also, that will help with, anticipation. If they're anticipating that bang, you're going to see it because when they squeeze that trigger, that muzzle's going to go straight down.
They get jumpy. When I went through sniper school, what our instructors made us do is we'd get in our sling position in prone, all ready to go. We're on target we take our sighter shot, and then they put a blindfold over you. And they're feeding your rounds for you. They're operating your bolts. You have no idea when it's going to be a live round or no round. And that's how they get you to see if you're jumping on that trigger, if you got a flinchy, you know. Because there's some guys even shot for a long time. I'll admit it. I'll flinch every once in a while with a high-hitting rifle, 300 Win Mag. That some bitch kicks, you know. It's not a 223, you know, or a 5.56. That some bitch kicks. And after a while, you can get jumpy on the trigger, especially when you're doing on a moving target, you know, you can get jumpy on that trigger. So they used to do that with us. Put a blindfold over, they'd rack the bolt, take your blindfold off and make you shoot. So that taught you every time, same trigger squeeze, same breath, everything over and over. We did hours of dry fire. We shot, but we didn't shoot hardly as much as we did dry fire all day long. That's why I started doing a dry fire regimen again on myself for pistol, you know. It's just something I'm doing to keep me going.
And dry fire, you know, you can shoot the TV as long as you make sure before you go doing anything. Everyone, if you're going to be dry firing, and we all should know this, triple check that your friggin' firearm is empty.
Make yourself dummy rounds. No primer. I got the bullet, so you can come up, take your shot, nothing happens. You can rack your slide, another one feed. You can feel it feed in, and you're back on target doing it again, over and over. Racking the slide, doing, you know. Because believe me, the first time I had one not go on the battery, I'm like, son of a bitch, why didn't, and I'm shooting left-handed. I'm naturally left-handed. I'm right-eye dominant, so the Army made me shoot right-handed. So I love shooting left-handed, so I can shoot either or. You know, the Army does those wonderful things to you guys.
Yeah, they don't
when I was in, they did not
hold
have
up your
the
hands, take the test.
M16A2, they didn't have that when I was in. I had the A1 with no brass deflector. So if you shot it left-handed, you got brass all over your chest, your face, and everything. So they automatically say, you are right-handed, son. That's how. There is no left-handed bolt guns as a sniper. So
I'm cross-eye dominant.
That's what I am.
And, well, mine's weird because if I'm shooting right-handed, I'm using my left eye. You know, but if I'm using my right hand, I'm using my left eye. So it's not like normally you're focused on a single eye. that is your dominant, but it seems more like when depending on which hand I'm shooting with, is going to be the opposite eye that I'm going to be focusing with.
I loved shooting with both hands, but right now my arthritis in my right hand's worse than my left because I had a 9mm point blank range below my finger right off. Damn near blew my finger off. My stupidity, I'm 100% blame. Uncle Jim threw me under the bus, and I always said I did it. Long day of shooting on a private ranch. Friend had a Browning high power. I ejected the mag. I felt the mag come down, but I did not see the mag. And I was so damn tired when I racked the slide, I swept the barrel, slam fired, point blank range, blew my ring finger almost completely off. I asked the doctor to remove it because there wasn't much holding it there. So with the arthritis, I can no longer salute. That's the best I can do. And it makes me so mad that I can't salute right anymore. I can barely bring my pinky finger in with the arthritis now. So I shoot left-handed because I got most of my mobility with my left hand. So, but I'm going blind. My eyes are super bad. So I went over to a dot now, and that's tremendously helped me, you know. So.
Are you running red dot or are you running green dot?
I'm running green because my eyes can't see the red as well. I ordered a Holosun K2 in green. So I spent the extra $60 for the green one, and it's well worth it. Well worth it in my mind.
I run the 507 X2 in green dot.
Yeah, mine's a 507 K2 in green.
Yep.
If I said the wrong number earlier. Did I say 503 the first time? Yeah, it's
No,
507.
I'm saying I run a 503, but that's on a rifle, not handgun. Yeah. I like it. It's got the
now that I've
65
got one,
MOA dot options of the green, the night vision, the solar. So it's I think it's nice for what I got it for in a sense. But
I wish I could afford a set of Knox.
Yeah. Question for you, if you don't mind.
No problem.
And hopefully this isn't taken wrong, but if you could, how would you feel about a KSG in your prosthetic leg? Would you walk around with that, knowing you can drop down and you got 15 shots at 12 gauge right there?
No,
it'd be some cool shit. No?
It'd be cool shit. No, it'd be great. Oh, just like that zombie move where the ladies walk with an M203. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, over to a barbecue. Something like that.
Believe me, I thought about trying to make. I have a spare barrel over. I thought about making one. Just walk around. Someone sees an AR barrel with a sight on it. The whole thing. Oh my God! Call the cops! He's got a gun on his leg.
I've always wanted one of those shotgun canes. Like when I feel I can discreetly walk around and it wouldn't look funny. I think that would be awesome, man. A little 410 or something like that, or 20 gauge and a cane. Shit.
I heard your ice bullet theory. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
James Bond stuff. No, it's not crazy. It's just it'll be badass if you can figure out how to do it. The projectile melts in the body.
Well, not just for defensive, but even hunting. I mean, you wouldn't have to be chasing lead or shot or anything. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Probably the EPA should love it, right?
You should. This is California. Man might be listening. They might say we have to go to dry ice next.
Because they couldn't get the micro stamping on there.
Did you hear about that crap? They want to micro stamp the case and now the projectile. Give me a freaking break. Okay, here we go.
They want the case. They want the case. They want the primer. They want the projectile. And whatever else that they could figure out how to, put a micro stamping on.
And here we go. If I walk down the street and I see a piece of brass on the ground, I pick the son of a bitch up. So now there's a micro number that someone else bought, and I reload and then shooting some with it again. And like, well, how did you get this casing? You used it on someone else over here. That's a bunch of crap.
Well, one, there's not a single manufacturer that's even looking at doing that kind of technology because it would be so expensive.
Oh my God. Could you imagine?
I mean, because what are you going to do when your striker goes. Now you have to what? Go buy a whole new firearm because you wouldn't be able to change your striker because your striker number has to match your serial number.
That's
So-
nuts.
What, would you have to get a hold of Glock and say, hey, this is my serial number, I need a new striker?
That's crazy.
Well, if you bought an M&P, it wouldn't have broke.
Hey, now.
They'll wear out just like anybody else's
I'll just play.
strikers. You know, if you have a, you know, an old school revolver, you know, you can replace your hammer, you know, your hammer pin. So what
Well,
do
wouldn't people just file them down anyway?
you
I mean, you know,
then you
criminals
felon.
would just take a nail file, literally. I mean, you're talking about, you know,
Yeah,
casings
the
made out of
criminals-
brass, or you could probably rub it on the ground and throw it back in the gun and be fine. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
In some cases,
Early
it
that's
seems
why-
80s.
just stupid. You
In
know,
the
I
early
don't even think
80s.
it's real. I think they just do that to, you know, they know it can't be done. I don't think, you know, I'd like to think, but it just
Oh.
seems ridiculous.
It depends upon how many billions of dollars do people want to invest into that kind of technology. And
And
to invest it for a single state, it's not worth it.
that's like the mower thing. I mean, he's probably forced to get a damn electric mower now, or battery powered
trying-
mower.
They're
How you
trying
gonna
to
do
make
an
you-
average yard with a battery packed mower? I mean, give me a break. And where's that electricity come from, folks?
they're
Probably
trying
the
to
same
make you-
place they got at the Tesla stations with a generator hidden behind a damn fenced off area. I mean, it all still comes from pretty much the same place. I'm sure they're not getting all that power from the sun or whatever the case is, green power. So
Actually, California and Oregon,
they're
do a lot-
100%, 100%
They buy-
runoff from
they buy their
sustainable energy.
they buy their electricity on the open market. So
So-
it could be coming from like Washington State, getting it
so it
out
could be
of
coming from coal or anything else. So it's just
Yeah.
distributing it around. They don't understand like the jet stream and what's up there is going to, you know, come back around or go around. You know, doesn't make any sense to me that they're going to put that much of a restriction. Like, I don't even think it's possible. Like, think of all the different chainsaws, edgers, you know, your riding mode. I think there's so many different gasoline or small engine devices, even in power tools, augers, diggers. I mean, there's so many. How are you gonna? I don't think the market could withstand that on a normal day, let alone now. Where are you coming up with all that, you know, copper and electric motors and the brushes and everything right now?
You also
Like,
have
it
to
seems
think
like
about-
they're just going to bring the country or the state to a freaking standstill and run around slapping fines on everybody when your grass gets too tall. You know,
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. They're
you-
cutting
you-
trees down. You're going to be an You're going to go cut trees for a living with a battery powered chainsaw. I'm just not buying it. Like, I just,
so
like,
you can ask like Willie about experiencing rolling blackouts or brownouts. You know,
That's true.
okay. So, and plus in California, one of your number one wildfire starters is the electrical company.
PG&E.
I wasn't going to call them out, but
Oh, I will. I will.
you don't care. You
Has
bastards.
burned so many bastards. They burned so many homes and ruined so many
Killed
lives.
people.
People, their pets. You know, screw the people. I care about the pets. You know.
exactly how many wild animals have they killed
Mhm.
or harmed? Yeah. What's the last?
But wait. If you buy a car, we're going to plant 100,000 trees. If you buy this car, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're horrible. You know.
And what about the battery acid? Like, we can't even make batteries here in most cases. Most batteries are made overseas, and there's, from what I hear, only a few places as well because of all the regulations, the waste and stuff. So it's got to be those places where they don't care what you do.
You know, also,
do we
And
even
how are you going to
mine
dispose of all
lead
those
anymore?
batteries here?
well, most of your batteries aren't even lead anymore. Most of them are lithium ion, or you know, a lot of them have like platinum and stuff in there. So, guess what? All this stuff is going to become way more expensive.
So I had to service gem cars. I don't know if anybody's familiar. Kind of like golf carts, but electric or something.
Yeah, the
Those
smart
things that-
cars.
I can't remember what they had. Like 7 batteries, 8 batteries, something like that. Like, yeah, everybody's talking, oh, green. Boy, people were pissed like every 3 years when they had to replace those batteries. And
Oh,
don't
could you
leave them out
imagine?
in the cold. Like, you will be screwed. You replace them batteries. You got to heat them to store them in the winter, or at least around here in the north and stuff. Like, it was way more of a hassle than snowmobile engine gas powered carts that were available for this place. I mean, way more of a hassle, and in my opinion, a lot more expensive.
You
Like,
know,
to maintain, to buy, like, and again, you know, I get pissed about having to buy one battery every so many years, but I got to buy 12 or something. Like, that's a lot of damn money. You know, I've had cars cheaper than the cost of 12 batteries. You know
yeah,
what I mean? So,
especially a junk ass Honda.
hey, you leave my baby out of this.
Yeah. So, to answer, chime in on the lead battery thing. There's not but 2 companies left in the U.S. that make lead batteries. 99% of your batteries are still lead acid based. We were talking about cars, lawnmowers, things of that nature. Now you're talking lithium batteries. You're talking for electronics, not for cars. We had a guy come in the other day who just bought 6 or 9 batteries for a golf cart, and it cost him $1,100.
Ooh,
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Every 3 to 5 years, unless you leave it outside in the winter.
You know, we sell. There's 3 types of battery. We do sell remanufactured or reman batteries. They only have a 90-day warranty. The top battery that we sell it's an AMG, and it has ceramic plates in it. And what it does is shockproof more, and it's more resistant to weather conditions. And they're kind of like the Ultimum batteries. We've ever seen those. Those are high dollar batteries.
Optimus
gels.
suck.
Yeah, they're
Optimus
gel.
Like the
batteries
6-pack.
suck.
It looked like a 6-pack, but I've had Ultimum
Okay.
batteries. I've had both. Matter of fact, I had 2 that I stuck in my Cut B, and both. Hell, I even after I sold the Cut B, I ended up putting one of them in my Mercury. So
You like them? Oh
yeah,
my god!
no, never had a problem with them.
Oh, I went through 3
Have a good
of
night,
them.
Andy.
Andy, good night, buddy. I went through 3 Optimas, 2 deep cells, and 1 red top. Right when you get to the warranty date where it's going to end, send that sumbitch in for warranty. Because if not, you're going to get burned.
Sounds like Whirlpool.
You could say that with any, definitely like with
Oh,
Whirlpool,
absolutely,
with any
absolutely.
battery. I mean,
I've just had such
let
bad luck
me
with them.
tell you a funny story.
Dude, Napa batteries last.
Since we're on batteries, well, I don't know about that. So this guy brings in this Autocraft battery, and he says, "I bought this battery 3 weeks ago," and I was like, "No, you didn't." And he said, "Yeah, I did." I said, "No, you didn't." He was trying to pull one over on us, and then he changed it. Well, you bought it a month ago. I said, "No, you didn't." And he kept, well, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, one, we hadn't sold an Autocraft battery in 3 years.
There should be a sticker right on the side with a date.
Well, I'm getting to that. 2, I saw the sticker when he put it down. The sticker said 2018. And come to find out, the battery was replaced once in its warranty period. So once it gets replaced once, that's it. That's your one free replacement. And that was done 3 damn years ago. So, he tried to play that off. And I was like, dude, and then a couple other guys got into it about it. And then, he just kept.
Well, you parts guys are assholes. You tell us lifetime. So we expect it to be lifetime, goddammit, not lifetime on the part.
I always tell people it's a limited lifetime. That's what that means. If you don't read your receipt, then you're a dumbass.
Mm-hmm. I sold parts for 20 years. When I got out of the Army, that's the only thing I knew how to do besides do bodyguard work is sold parts. I ran a parts division for Competition Part Warehouse out of California. We built anything for a motor, anything for a car, I had in my warehouse. I could walk you through for a big block, small block, it didn't matter. We had everything. After I got hurt, and actually the company got sold to two other companies, changed hands twice. I ran the parts division after that. And after I got hurt at work, no one could do my job because I was literally on the phone with these idiot mechanics who just got out of mechanic school. Well, how do I install a ball joint? Okay, you moron. Let me walk you through this. You know,
they didn't go to school, or you should have known how to do all that shit.
That's what I'm telling you. It's simple stuff. You know, how can I adjust camber? You have the machine there. Don't you see green and red? Hello, follow the instructions.
That's when you sell them red and white shim bearings.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, like another guy came in today was just full of dumbasses. He comes in and he says, I need brake hoses for a 73 Monte Carlo. Okay, well, we actually had the damn things in stock. And then he brings the one in that he had, and he's like, well, that's not it. And I was like, well, then it's not for a 73 Monte Carlo. I said, what kind of car are we working on? He says, oh, it's a 34 Plymouth, and I got some type of chassis shoved underneath it. I said, get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. You know what I mean? And then
dude, that's my Honda.
Right. Then another dumbass come in there and says, well, I need valve cover gaskets for a 350. Okay, what year? Because it makes a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What year? What kind of car is it? Oh, it's in a 39 Dodge pickup. I was like, does it have center bolt valve covers, or does it have the on the edge, the four on the edge? I don't know. I said, well, then I can't sell you valve cover gaskets because I don't know. Or intake gaskets. Intakes changed after 1980 or 96.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, come on, man. I
tried to get bearings for that Honda, and I was also wondering why it's got these wheel spacers. You know, I'm like, what the hell? I don't want that shit. It's just gonna, you know, wear out my bearings quicker and all this crap or whatever.
Did you realize?
Well, come to find out, my front hubs aren't for my car. They're off an Integra, so the brakes are a little bigger and everything. So when I go down for brakes, I got to order. Well, I got to shop for 3 different cars for everything on my damn car now, basically. So it's kind of funny. But if you didn't know it, you're gonna have the wrong parts every goddamn time. So now it's like second nature.
This is why you don't buy a car that's been sold more than.
Hey man, that Honda's great, okay? Man. I drive by all your new overpriced pieces of crap on my trips and save gas doing it in my cheap Honda.
This might be the reason why you have to go to get several different car parts, Rob, is maybe because you bought a car in New York, and you know they have all those compliance laws.
Yeah,
well, I've heard from a lot of people that cars had
been around the block. All those other parts.
How many chop shops did that car go through?
14.
More than they'll admit.
14 and 17 VINs.
But I was mentioning lithium-ion batteries out there in the chat, and they do make 12-volt lithium-ion batteries just for normal cars. But the problem is, you know, unlike, you know, paying like $100 or $200 for a normal 12-volt battery, they're like $300 to $500.
Yeah, that's why no one sells them.
Yeah, that's why no one buys them.
That too.
They do have, you're rich. In some of your newer motorhomes, they're actually putting in some of your deep cycle lithium ions in your RVs but we were talking about the electric vehicles.
Yeah, and I was also commenting on that.
Chevy Bolt, you know, which was a newer electric vehicle.
It was the replacement for the Volt.
The Bolt. Bolt. B, not V.
No. The Bolt was the successor of the Volt.
Yeah. Their new vehicle that just came out, like 2020, 2021.
Yep.
They already have a recall on the batteries, and they have no clue how they're going to fix it because they're not even supposed to start fixing like the replacement battery packs until like next year.
Okay, I don't
all
know.
The new cars are trouble right now.
I don't know if you heard about what happened with the early Teslas, But the problem they found out with the lithium ion battery packs, for the early Tesla electric cars, was the factor that because they didn't water cool, because now they water cool the batteries if you live in a state that has extreme heat. Okay, like the western states, like anywhere west of like Texas. Okay, in those western states, you have to have you have to be able to cool those batteries because of the extreme temperature. But the problem is, you also have to keep those batteries to a certain heated temperature as well in the states that are extreme cold. Because remember, like plastic, lithium ion batteries do not like extreme temperatures, hot or cold.
Like in Wenatchee, where it can get to be in Wenatchee, Washington, where it can get to be 113 degrees in the summer and -5 degrees in the wintertime.
Or like where Rob lives, where it could get 50 below sometimes.
Yeah, it gets brick titty, but I don't know about 50 below.
I'm sorry.
Well, wind chill factor.
That's just the missus shoulder when Rob doesn't do something right.
Well, that's all the time.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but
Well, she's probably kind of mad at us because we haven't given Rob his Saturday evening ration of shit.
Yeah, we haven't given him his Saturday evening browbeating.
No, I told her
what
to
did I
stop
walk
that shit.
into?
She was like, "Oh, this is no fun." Now she's off doing something else.
Oh my goodness! You guys been talking to my wife or what, man?
Well,
Rob's wife likes to come in the chat and
hang out
and give us little things to pick on him about.
Yeah,
I wish my wife would do that. I wish. She
Yeah.
hates this. When Uncle
you don't
Jim
want the
stopped
abuse,
sending me,
man.
when Uncle Jim stopped sending me links, she was so happy because I was like, she told me make friends, so I made friends. So Friday night I had the Georgia chat. Saturday I had Uncle Jim, and I'd be like, okay, we're babysitting, we gotta go. The chat's coming on, we gotta go. It's time to leave. She used to get so pissed off about that. I'll be on the phone in the car driving home, going, I got to be on to talk to because they were great friends, true friends, I thought. Most of them are. Just a couple aren't. So, well. But now getting back to your ice bullet. Back in the 80s, I went into a gun show, and I was a big 1911 guy, always. I saw a guy selling
Hey, there's
World
nothing
War
wrong.
II.
There's
No,
nothing
not wrong
with
at
1911.
all. $10 for a GI brand new 45 barrel with a link. And I looked at my buddy. I said, man, I could buy 10 of those, kill 5 people per barrel, and be fine and keep my original barrel. And the guy's like, they're not for sale anymore. I'm like, I'm just kidding. I'm just thinking, man, okay, the firing pin's going to match. But like you said, I can get a file. Hey, the firing pin looks a little bit different and doesn't match anymore.
You're not supposed to tell people that out in public.
But I was young.
Man, we got to talk off air. You're great, man.
Yeah. Hey, we had a guy come in the gun shop one day, and he was looking around stuff, and I was answering his questions, all this and that, and somehow it came up in conversation. And he says, "Oh, I'm an anarchist." I said, "Well, you can get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, see you later, pound salt, buddy.
Yeah, you take your anarchy bullshit somewhere else. You're in Tennessee. That shit don't fly here.
Well, no, hold on, Artek. It doesn't fly in your area, but if, say, you're in Memphis, it flies.
State.
Hey, look, there's a lot that flies in Mifrica. Usually it's all the crackheads.
Or the IRS.
I don't know. Are they? What's the deal with the IRS?
The IRS has a headquarters in Memphis.
Oh, okay.
The one time I was in Memphis, I was driving a U-Haul, pulling a car trailer, and I was looking for...
Full of stolen what?
Don't worry about that. Don't ask too many questions.
Everything's stolen
You got
in
the
Memphis.
Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah.
Everything's stolen in Memphis.
And so...
Sorry, reappropriated.
I was going to look for a certain highway so I could go and cut down and drop into South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
Well, they had the damn thing blocked off because they were having a fucking block party. And so they tried to give us directions on how to get a different way to be able to get back onto that same highway and
And
be
this
able
was
to.
before GPS.
Well,
And
They
you
just
know he
gave him-
can't read a map.
They
I
just
know.
gave him 5 different ways on how they're gonna mug his ass. That's all.
Yeah.
so
I miss maps. I used to take pride in that.
we
I
we
still
have
got
a
'em. I still got
we have
my
a
map
Rand
book.
McNally. I got a Rand McNally in my new car.
Dude,
I got a good one myself. I swear by them because technology ever goes kaput one day. What are you gonna do?
You know what,
I'm
Rob?
telling
Well,
you
Have a
there's-
right
paper
now, guys.
copy of everything.
You know what,
Guys,
Rob? I
ask-
know what to get you for Christmas.
What were you saying there, Willie?
I was saying, ask some of these young millennials, can you read a map? And they're like, what's that? I'm like, are you stupid? Well, I got this right here. There's my map. And like you're saying, what happens when technology goes down? Can you
Well-
find your way from A to B with a map? I can. I damn well know I can take an azimuth and get wherever I need to go. But most kids are like, what the hell is that?
Or do
you
it
know?
without being tracked.
Technically, the young people
Exactly.
these days aren't even millennials. They're Gen Z or something like that.
Oh, is that what they're calling them now? Gen
Yeah.
Z?
Yeah.
we're,
Yeah.
we're already past the millennials. We're on.
Yeah. I'm
Gen
like
Z
I'm like
now.
I'm like on the old edge of the millennials.
Oh, okay.
So-
See, now I feel really
for,
old.
For reference, I'm 38. I'm 38. Okay.
You're a youngster.
Yeah. Almost.
So
But I
But-
was in the Scouts, so I know how to use a map and a compass.
That's good.
Shit,
Depending
what's your
upon-
mother's name, Nice Strike?
What?
What's your mom's name?
Spread
no,
red.
you're not
She
his
wasn't
dad.
a short
No.
little thing, long curly hair.
No, Rob, you've never been to Indiana.
I'm just messing.
So, and plus, depending upon where you're at,
Yeah.
there's still spots in the United States where you're going to drop service.
Sure.
Yeah, yep. Actually, from where I live, driving into Charleston, South Carolina, there's like a good dead
Oh,
zone for like
shit.
20 minutes because of all the trees.
Yeah,
no
there's
cell
a dead,
service.
there's a dead zone out there in Malden.
Yeah.
You would think Malden, being right there by Greenville, would be great, but there's actually a dead zone right there on Motor Row,
Yeah.
which is half Malden, half Greenville, South Carolina.
I live right outside.
You know
of
it's all a
Charleston,
conspiracy, don't you?
so I could have land that I could shoot on.
The
not
man
having to
holding
bother.
everybody down.
Nah, it's like maps. If you take a road trip with maps, you're almost guaranteed to be taken off a highway, driven through Timbuktu, just to come right back to that same damn highway in an hour and a half. It's almost guaranteed.
Well, no,
If they
that's-
got it worked out with the gas companies, just like the red
Just
lights.
remember how navigations when they first came out. I took my wife to LA to go on a cruise, and I circled that cruise ship 5 times because it said reroute here, reroute there. Finally, I threw the damn thing out the window and said, "Look, we're here." Just stupid. Now
use your damn
navigations are
eyes.
great.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So
the
nice
ship
strike.
is right
yeah.
there. you
What's
know.
up?
How many times have you been to Hickory Tavern?
I don't go to taverns.
Hickory Tavern is a city
Yeah,
or
I
a
don't-
town in South Carolina.
I've
up
probably
by
I've
Mountain
probably
Inn.
driven through it once, probably, and that's about it. I've never been in it that for longer than probably 5 minutes driving through.
Oh, if you've been in Hickory Tavern, you would know that you'd been in Hickory Tavern.
I probably have. I just don't remember driving through it.
I'm just telling you, that's not a place you want to go.
You know another place you don't want to go. You want to know another place you want to go that's like number 15 most dangerous cities in the United States? You don't want to go to North Charleston.
Well, okay. So, Hickory Tavern, one of the main stretches into town, there is 113 Confederate flags, and then they have a private hunting club. And if you look outside their private hunting club, there is 3 white supremacist signs.
Well, see, I'm
Flags.
I'm fine because
I'm just saying that's
Shit,
not
I'm
an
gonna go
area
down
you
there
want
and
to be.
raise hell.
no.
I'm gonna
See,
bring
let's
the
go.
Honda, roll the
I'm
windows
fine.
down.
I'll go with you, New York
D23. I'm
Outcast.
fine because I'm
Orderly
white.
Holmes.
I'm white, so I'm fine. I'll be fine driving through there. Now,
Oh,
if
you
Rob
think
D,
so? Are you white enough? I
if
don't know.
Rob D was driving through there, they might pull him over.
Yeah, but is your head shaved? Nice
No,
try.
they will pull me over.
No, it's not.
Ah,
shit.
sucks they
Like
threw
I
the
said, I'm
Confederate
white,
flags
so-
in there.
man.
Hey,
Yep.
but here's
Everybody
the point, though.
says they're racist, but you know, I've had dealings with people in the country with Confederate flags where they treated me better than family. I mean, one guy with a tranny shop, guy was cool as hell.
G23.
Replaced my filter, put a
Have you
new
been
gasket on, and all
Anywhere
types
else
of shit for free.
other than the
Like,
western side of South Carolina? Have you been all over South Carolina? Because listen,
me?
down-
No, I try to stay out of those damn places.
I've
listen,
been to
man.
Get
Columbus.
shot.
Look,
Listen,
they only
listen.
they only
the
would have pulled
Confederate
Rob
flag
over.
in South Carolina is kind of all over the place. It's not just
Oh,
the
yeah.
Hickory Tavern.
Oh, hell
you
yeah.
can find out. Listen, on the way when Ellis still lived here, and Ellis is my cousin, Ellis Hatfield, the Outlaw Hatfield on YouTube. When I was going down to his the store he was working at in Ridgeland, you know, the old highway road you took down there was like an old billboard from like the 50s or 60s that basically, you know, was hate for General Sherman and his traitorous army. And I'm like, wow, that's been up there a while. It's faded. It looks like it hasn't been taken care of, but you can still read that damn sign and nobody's taking it down.
Well, yeah, you know, and I'm not saying that the Confederate flag stands for racism.
It doesn't.
I call it
really
racist for having this flag.
It stands for
Yep.
rebellion
That's
against
right.
tyranny.
Yeah,
Racist.
it's just a you know, it's a rebel flag.
Yeah.
Well,
But the problem,
wait a minute,
the problem
wait a minute.
is that
Hold on, wait a
racists
minute, wait a minute.
have
Time
appropriated.
out for a minute. Which flag are you talking about?
The
Are
flag
you
of
talking
Virginia.
about? Are you talking about
The stars and bars.
the
Stars and bars.
No,
flag
there's
of,
two-
flag of
there's-
Virginia.
There's two different ones there. Are you talking about the battle flag? Or are you talking about the national flag?
Lee's
There are
flag.
two, and they are separated. The ones that,
Lee's battle flag, which was the flag of Virginia.
well, okay, well that is the battle flag, and that
Yep.
is the
There
St.
we go.
Andrew's cross, and it's got the 13 stars on it. So, yeah, people think that's the Confederate flag. That's not the
No.
Confederate flag. That's the battle flag. They're too stupid
Now-
to understand history.
I prefer the original Confederate flag because it looked more like the
Nice.
Texas flag, you know.
That's true, and you could fly that right now, and
And
no
nobody
one
would know
what
it.
the hell
Nobody,
it
no
is.
one under. You flew the original Confederate flag from like 1861 right now, and people would think, hey, that's the Texas flag
No, that's
because
some
it looks
type of
exactly
Texas
like
flag?
the Texas flag.
Right, or if you would fly the Bonnie Blue flag,
The
they
Bonnie
would think
Blue
you're
flag,
from
yeah.
they think you're from Somalia or something.
No,
I'll be listening.
there's
I'm just
another
gonna
state
kill
that just
my
has a blue
camera.
flag.
Yep.
There's all kinds of states that got blue flag. I mean, Virginia, Kentucky, they just use their state seal.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, Oregon has a solid blue flag with the state seal.
I mean, if you fly the Bonnie Blue flag, they might think that it's the Alaska state flag or something.
Or like I said, Somalian flag.
No, it's not Somali.
But
Yeah, well, they're darker blue, so
okay.
regardless,
I mean, Mississippi still has the Confederate flag on their state flag.
no, they
All
got
right,
rid of it.
flag boys.
They got rid of it.
Relax.
You see, Rob is getting uncomfortable because he's not with it.
Well, no, that's not the thing. I think we need to realize something here. See, if he would have gone down there to that where all those Confederate flags were, they wouldn't have pulled him over because he was black. They would have pulled him over because of that shitty ass Honda Accord he's got.
Hey, that's a Civic, damn it.
Well-
Civic, same damn difference.
I have a question for you, Rob. Have the kids stopped throwing firecrackers at it?
Nope.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
That's because they
And
ran
they
out.
moved. I must say, they recently moved, so
Oh,
They moved
that's a plus. Yes.
that's ridiculous.
Until the new
Yes.
kids the new kids move in.
till the new kids
Yeah,
move in. There you
yeah.
go.
Wait a minute. Thank God that the eviction moratorium ended, right?
Yeah, right.
They blew that fucking shitty car apart.
I think
Oh,
we
man.
ran him off. I think we ran him off.
You're killing me on this car. That poor Honda.
Hey
how do you
man,
how do you think
I got
Rock
that car
deals?
for
He has
like
to drive it.
$200. After all the
Damn.
wheeling and dealing, I paid like
I'm
200
out
bucks.
there-
I've had it for years, and it's been nothing but great to me.
I'm
Except
out there
it
getting ice,
causes attention.
telling my wife, these guys are picking on this poor guy's Honda just because it's made by this and that.
Just
Jeez.
because it's made of plastic and aluminum.
Actually, if you go
Yeah.
back,
Runs off eBay.
Like,
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That rust bucket is held together with duct tape, barreling wire, and rust.
well, remember, his Honda is like, the California state motto. By age 30, their women have more plastic than your Honda.
True. I'll tell you what, I had like what was it, 95 or 94 Honda CRX or somewhere around. I don't remember what year CRX.
Yeah.
I'm flying down the freeway because I drove 80 miles each way back and forth from work. And electrical fire, no water. So I'm standing on this plastic piece of shit, taking a piss, trying to put the fire out. I'm a big sumbitch at that time. I was huge, and I literally put my foot on the driver's fender and tore it completely off because it was plastic. So here I am driving to work, got it fired back up, drove to work. My boss says, your car smells like piss, and what happened to your fender? I'm like, don't ask.
But the key point is you made it to
drove
work.
damn straight. It made 20 extra miles to work. Then I had to rewire the sumbitch to get home with a fusible link that kept resetting. I would go down there. Yep, okay, we're getting home. They got
And
me
he
home.
still made it home.
It did, and
It
I
was-
sold it for
it
good
made it-
money.
it made it on piss and vinegar.
It did. It
I'm
certainly
telling
did.
you, they're worth the money, man.
I was
Yeah.
trying to think. I don't got an e-tool to dig up dirt to put the fire out. I got no water, so I just stood on the side of the freeway and let old Glory fly. And everyone's driving by honking. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Oh
Hey, did you run into any of Rod's friends? 'Cause-
no, they would have stolen parts from his car.
No,
Exactly.
I'm talking about the guys in the bathroom. The two guys in the tub. Anybody in the tub drive by and wave at you or something?
Not. I don't remember that.
A bathtub?
No, sir.
Oh god. Yeah, a lot of
So-
people knock them, but yeah, I think people hate Hondas because of the fact they're cheap and they keep going. And then the
Yeah.
car guys hate them because you got little four
Rob.
bangers tearing up cars that they shouldn't.
I've got
you got
I've got the perfect analogy. I've got the perfect analogy for you. People hate Hondas for the same reason people hate Glocks, because they
I
fucking
know.
run.
perfection,
Oh,
baby.
I was
Perfection.
gonna say it's the
Jesus
people, not
Christ.
the
Except
not
if
the
you
item.
leave them on
in
your
some sense.
dashboard and in
The
Arizona,
culture.
they melt.
I don't have my boots on, so stop with that shit.
You know, my Glock 34 stopped at me 3 times. Two of them were my reload screw ups, and one is my extractor said "see you later" in one of my steel matches. Besides that, I've fired thousands of rounds to that thing and never had a hiccup. I wasted my money buying a freaking Wolf barrel, thinking, oh, everyone says you can't shoot lead out of a Glock octagonal barrel, whatever bullshit. Spent $150, just threw it away.
Yeah, I bought the Rock Slide USA slide because I wanted to be able to. It was like, okay, well, this will be a cheaper way, so I can run a red dot. And I had nothing but problems with that slide, and I've gone back to running my factory slide. And one of these times, I'll probably just strip the slide off my firearm and drive down to San Diego and have them
The Glock store mill it.
have them mill it out right there, and then bring it back.
I'd
I'll
send it to
strip it.
Cajun Gunworks. I trust them. They did a beautiful job on my CZ. Everyone said go to Cajun Gunworks. I'm sending my 34 slide to them. But I did find an adapter where you take your sight off. It slides
Yeah.
in like everyone has, but then you take
The
the
dovetail.
back plate, take the back plate of your slide off, and it mounts into that. So it locks it in the dovetail and the back of the slide. And it's like $50.
Yeah,
You
But
know?
then it's still sitting up high. I want it
I
to
got
be
you.
able to. I want to have it milled out so
You want to
that
co-witness.
I want to be able to co-witness
I got you.
and have it sit low enough that I don't actually have to run suppressor height sights.
Mhm.
I can just run my standard sights.
I got you. I understand. That's exactly what I did with my CZ. I wanted co-witness no matter what.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, well, we could move your dot forward and remove your loaded chamber indicator." And I said, "No, you can't, because the state I live in, if it came with a loaded chamber indicator, it has to stay." So they had to mill my back of my slide off, so I don't have a rear sight anymore. That's why that 507 has that built-in rear sight.
Yep.
What they call a built-in rear sight. It works, but it's not a rear sight. But it works.
Yeah. You know,
You
But
guys
can
think booby traps should be illegal?
I
No.
was gonna buy a
Hell
Glock,
no.
and then I got a PSA dagger instead.
it's just a wannabe Glock.
Nah, it's a PSA dagger.
No, it's a Glock.
No, it's a Gen 3 wannabe Glock.
Nah,
It's a Glock.
it's a PSA
I don't know
dagger.
nothing about it, but
It takes all the same Glock internals.
Shh,
Oh, then
don't
it's a
tell
Glock.
people that.
It's a
Don't
Glock.
tell people that.
it's a Glock in a different wrapper.
It's
So at
not a
Christmas
Glock.
time, you can say,
It's a-
surprise.
It's a Gen 3 Glock, 100%, except they're doing just like a P80 and they changed the grip angle. Guess what?
Come on,
It's still
not
a Glock.
It feels better than a Glock.
It's just because it's under a different name doesn't mean it's not a Glock.
No,
Hey,
it's
if
not.
you wrap your pecker with a different rubber, does it feel the same?
Hey, that's none of your business.
If
It's
you're
none of your
right-handed,
business.
sit on your left hand for 5 minutes and play with it, and you'll say, you know what? I guess it's just like a Glock.
Joke's on
There
you. I'm
go.
ambidextrous.
But so
Or-
yeah,
Or you can go to that party that Rob went to, and there's the two guys in the tub waiting on you.
Yeah, Rob loved that, by the way.
What, the two
Hey, it
guys
was
in the
a good
tub?
night up until that point.
right?
Up until that point, and then he got that tub, and it was a better night for them.
I was going to say,
No,
damn, Rob,
left
I
the
didn't know you were
bathroom.
in the Navy. I didn't know you were in the Navy, Rob.
that's when I left the bathroom and said, it's time to go. Get the hell out of here.
Nah,
Yeah.
Rob says that, but you know he got that tub.
You know what?
No.
I would bet that he never even got it anywhere near that tub. He
You'd
probably
be
looked.
correct.
He probably looked
I
over.
almost pissed on the wall.
He probably looked over and said, "What the fuck? I'm out of here." And he probably was zipping up as he's running out the door. I mean, he was like at a dead sprint, hoping that he didn't catch himself in the zipper.
I mean, he
Okay.
had four hands there and could have
Pretty
shit
much.
for him.
Well, he probably caught himself in the zipper, but that's besides the point.
All I
Rob,
say is
what?
forewarning. If you're using the bathroom, hang a sock on the door, put a sign, lock the goddamn thing. Do something if there's a couple naked people in the tub, please. Thank you.
Okay, Rob, in the Army, what was the meanest thing? Did you have any guys sleep naked in your barracks? And if you did, what was the meanest thing you did to them?
I see
Uh,
on their underwear.
Shit. People did all types of stuff, but I try to avoid because, shit always
Corporal
comes back
Antonio,
around. And shit's going
he-
to come to you anyway.
And Corporal Antonio was the hairiest man I ever seen alive. I super glued his ass crack together from his hair of his ass crack.
That's fine.
Oh my God. When he had to report to medics screaming because he couldn't take a shit because he's taking a shit and it won't come out because his ass cheeks are glued together.
Oh, man.
We were dying. I'm like, no one said who did it because they didn't know I did it. So I was like, I got his ass because he used to fart all night long. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, you
Reminds me of a rap song. Was he lactose intolerant? Because we had a
I
guy
don't-
like that, and I
I
swear
don't know if
we
he
all
was.
almost got in trouble for kicking
He
his
never
ass.
got that
Like,
far.
I'm telling you.
all
I
right,
still remember hearing him scream and trying to wipe his ass.
that's
It was
not cool.
glued solid together. Could you
You're
imagine
awful.
the poor nurse that had to cut his hair? Oh my God. Shit sandwich.
Ugh,
Whew.
You were awful.
Oh, I did some mean stuff.
Where's Mario Mosen when you need him?
Oh,
Yeah, Mario. I love Mario.
He's
he
somewhere
would-
else.
he would tell you some
Some
army
mean
crap.
stories. Some mean stories. Yeah.
Oh, he was in forever. He had the time to do it. I was only
22?
Almost 5 years. I was almost 5 years in.
22 years? 25 years he was in?
Good old Mara went from a tanker. Can you imagine how stinky those son bitches were? Oh my, infantry guys stink, but imagine a tanker.
They
in
got the
that
cool
desert.
boots though.
Oh, they got.
I've
the
always
cool boots.
admired the treads
Yes.
on the boots, man.
Yes,
like the
I
lock
agree.
in.
Mhm.
Like I mean, you just stomp somebody out with that shit. It's got to be great. Like
You want to see
in a
Mario
good
come
way.
unglued? Ask him about the air conditioning in an Abrams. There is no air conditioning. You'll
If
watch
you
him come unglued.
If you want to see him come unglued, call him a El Salvadorian.
Oh,
No,
he's
he
probably on
just wanna
Jim's
get
chat
murdered.
right now.
So
Yeah.
did you guys all say booby traps shouldn't be illegal?
No, they
Hell
should.
no, they should.
Okay,
I
my
don't think
first,
so either. I just
my
figured
first
it might be.
fiance had a peeping Tom almost every single night. They called the cops. Nothing was happening. So I built a two metal tubes, welded a plate on the bottom, put a nail, put a 12 gauge on it. So when he stepped on it, I wanted to blow his freaking leg off. Well, the
Shotgun
neighbor's cat landed right on that sumbitch and boom, blew dirt everywhere. Oh man, her dad had no idea I did that. Oh my God. He called me
I'm
up
sorry,
at
I'm a
2
cat
o'clock.
guy, but that's funny.
2 o'clock in the morning. He's calling me up. Why are the police at my door with the fire department? Did you set a booby trap in the backyard? I'm like, sir, I have no idea what you're talking about. And she's like, I know you did it, Willie. I'm like, I didn't do it. Prove it. There's no fingerprints. Everything's blown apart. You know?
All I have to say is that poor cat.
They kept that
Oh,
son of a
man.
bitch away from the
That
window,
cat
though,
took
didn't
all
it?
7 lives just like that. Double out buck. Just boom.
That shit made the news. That guy never came back.
Oh, I don't think he ever did. Shortly after that, we were separated anyways. 'Cause I went away. I went to Panama, and my brother says she's sleeping around. And I came back and did the stupid thing, and I attacked the guy instead of saying "fuck you" to her because she can,
Yep.
It was all her doing it. The guy
Yeah.
didn't know she was engaged, so
Yes.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. The woman's just as much to blame at the time. The guy's just doing what you would do if you didn't know
exactly,
any better. So
exactly. But see, I didn't realize that until I was maybe 30. I was
Yeah.
the whole time going, "Screw that son of a bitch, screw that son of a bitch." And I said, "Wait a minute, think about it." My brother told me, "What would you do if you had a girl hitting on you? Would you go bang her?" Oh, hell yeah. Well, that's what he did. Did he know you're engaged with her? No, he said he didn't when he was spitting his teeth out. But oh well.
yeah, you get in
Yeah.
trouble for that.
I lost the stripe.
Mhm.
Yep.
My wife had a peeping Tom, and she had called the police, and like they didn't show up, and then like I think she'd called back, and the dispatcher was like, "Well, do you want an officer to respond?" And she's like, "Fuck yes," And then it happened again, and when the police showed up the second time, she said, "You know what? I'm just going to go buy a gun." And they're like, "Well, if you shoot him, then we're going to take you to jail." It's like, well, drag his ass inside the house so that,
Self-defense.
It don't really work like that,
It doesn't. It doesn't, but it gets them to come out and respond.
Mhm.
well, so in the state of Washington, it depends upon what side of the doorway they fall on. So, if they're laying inside your house,
So blood spray
the
casings,
blood
drag marks,
trail outside. the
neighbors.
drag marks.
20 dash cams.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Everything's on camera now. Everything's
Nowadays.
on camera now. Nowadays. You
Yep,
guys
this
ever
was-
watch Reno May? I think his channel is.
This was like
Yeah.
Reno.
25 years ago when they didn't have cameras.
Oh, okay. Did you see the one where that guy was in San Francisco or Fremont, a photographer? He drove like 50 miles. Someone's following him the whole time. He had no awareness at all. They followed him to his house, robbed him. So what does he do? The guy has a gun. went in, took his camera, broke the window of his car. He takes after him in his Tesla. So then his brother comes out trying to help him. So he's going over center blocks in this Tesla trying to chase a guy with a gun with a car. The guy shoots at him and he realizes, you know what? That was kind of stupid of me. Do you think? Are you freaking stupid? Do you not see a guy following you for 30 freaking miles, taking every turn you take? Go to the police, you idiot. Call 911. Do something, you know. I like
Stop
that
at
guy.
a store.
Yeah, I like Reno Mace channel. I like his thinking, you know. And he's a California guy, and I tell him, hey, man, I'd love to meet you at a range, but
I ain't going to California.
No. Oh, I don't blame you. Don't come here, buddy. Don't come here. It ain't worth it. I mean, it's beautiful. It can be beautiful.
Listen, I'm originally from Arizona. I got family out in California, but I will never visit them.
I don't blame you.
I went to California.
I will only visit my
Tuesday.
family in Arizona. That's it.
I was in California. I was in California on Tuesday.
I mean,
on the 2nd of November.
I've lived in California. I know. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I don't blame you, not one bit. I don't blame you for not. You know how bad it was every time I was back in Georgia seeing Jamie and Kyle for the 3 weeks. Well, where do you live? Your accent's weird. I'm from California. And then they get a if I said California, they're like, ooh, boo. I'm like, yeah, I agree. I'm with you. And I say California, they get a laugh. I'm like, yeah, that's just the way it is, you know?
Yep.
I can't afford to move right now, and that's that.
Well, California doesn't make it very easy for you to move.
They do not.
No,
well, it's okay because I don't make enough money for them to say, I'm going to fine you for moving. If you make over a certain amount of money a year, they will fine you for 5 years for leaving this state now.
Good luck on collecting it.
Yeah,
exactly. Exactly.
New York's rough too for people, disability, things like that, people with fixed incomes in a sense, because the rents are put at a price where it's meant to leave you with, if you're lucky, you can get toilet paper.
Exactly.
Whenever, and
right now,
so just normal day to day, sometimes medications, back and forth. We don't have a vehicle. You need transportation. It eats up all your pocket change, and people are just stuck.
I'm paying $1,500 a month for a rental.
That's not horrible compared to some people in California
that are
paying.
You can get a mortgage for $600.
Exactly.
So that's not exactly great. You can get into
not in California.
$500-$600.
No, where I used to live when we first started moving, everything was $1,800 up. And we're like, how are we going to do this? I'm like, hey, I can't go back to work because if I go back to work, they'll take my since I'm on Social Security disability, I can't work until I'm 65. So I'm stuck. You know, I can only make the money I make now. I can't unless I find an under the table job, which good luck, you know. I'm part orderly, but it ain't gonna. I'm not picking fields anymore. I'm too old for that crap, you know.
You're not gonna go down and pick strawberries.
No, I'm not picking strawberries, and I'm not.
Hey man, you probably get to eat a lot of those. Shit, I might take them up on that.
My mom drove by these guys, and they were picking potatoes, and I said, "Orderly vato, what's up, Mahado?" You know, and my mom said, "Oh, you think you're too good to be like them, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, fuck those guys. I make good money." Nope. She called my dad's company. He quit. She called one of her friends who owned one of those. I was picking potatoes for a whole summer. So I learned my lesson. Trust me, I will not pick potatoes up by hand ever again. No, sir.
Yeah, my great grandfather he had a strawberry farm out in California back in the day. So,
plus I don't like strawberry. I like strawberry jam. I know it's stupid, but I don't like strawberries. But I like the jam.
I like them when they're fresh. I don't like them preserved.
What, dog? What?
Well, we have been going for over 4.5 hours. I am going to call this a night because it's about dinner time.
Yeah. If you guys ever want me back, I can give you my email after. I can put her on the private chat if you guys want me back.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I talked too much, but.
Oh hell no, we enjoy that.
Hey, it moves the conversation.
So we do it here.
Absolutely.
If we're not gonna allow anyone back, we'd kick Night Strike from it. It's always Night Strike's fault.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
man.
but you know, I'm lucky G23 will give me a link when I ask.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
You're welcome. So,
I'm just a
Mr.
token
Willie,
joker.
you want to plug your channel before we get out of here?
My stuff is stupid, Willie Bullet Man, but it's no big deal if you don't come. I'm happy with the subs I have. I'm surprised where I'm at, to be quite honest with you, because I haven't been doing a lot of videos lately. Just been bummered out with the other problems I'm having with some other people. Kind of just, I was surprised tonight when I came on. I had such a good time with you guys. You know, I told my wife it was just like I was on the other channel before. So,
yep, you're always welcome here.
Yep. And anytime you need to call me for reloading help, like I said, I have quick loads. I'll help you.
Yep.
It's not a problem. Plus, Jamie does too now, so
he'll
help you.
So, yeah, if you guys are even interested in like casting, he has some great videos on casting, especially like you have that video setting up the PID.
Yeah.
And that's a damn good video for understanding how to do a PID just running how to understand how to do a PID.
Well, if it wasn't because of Johnny's reloading bench, I would not know how to even build one of these damn things. I've built 12 so far for people, you know. Sergeant Bulldog, I made him 2, and I made Kyle 2, and he gave Jamie 1. So I've got quite a few out there, you know. Unfortunately, the one I sent to CW Longshot either got hit by lightning or something, just took a crap on it. So I'm rebuilding it for him. But yeah, I have that, and I've casting, but my stuff's stupid. I always say that.
So is mine, but I keep going.
Absolutely. I'm not going to stop.
Yeah. At least I admit it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Plus, I love Glocks.
So, Mr. Night Strike, you want to go and plug your stuff?
Everybody knows who I am. I don't need to.
Who are you? I never heard of you.
Some of the reloading guys may not understand that you also run a platform an
alternate YouTube platform. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I run. I don't like to tell everyone, but I run GunTube.org. It's an alternate platform for YouTube that allows for reloading videos. Basically, anything that YouTube's current policy dislikes, you can go post up on GunTube as long as it's gun related.
Oh, I'll have to do that then. I think I'm subbed over there. I think
you probably are. GunTube.org.
I think I have a channel. I don't mean to interrupt everyone. When YouTube really started taking a tank for gun channels, everyone's wondering where are we going. I signed up.
There's a couple places online, and
4 or 5 different places, but they all suck.
Yeah,
you know.
With GunTube, I've got an old style Google Hangout style chat called GunTube Chamber. You can live stream straight to the GunTube website too. So it's got options. It doesn't look great. I need to get an app done for it, but it works.
So can I live stream being at a gun range over on YouTube?
Yes.
Or over on GunTube?
Why wouldn't you be?
So can I show the proper way to field strip a deer?
Yes, why not? As long as there's a gun in the video.
Jamie.
As long as there's a gun in the video, like a rifle or something in the video, it's okay. It's just, I have to be, strict about the policy on GunTube where gun content. That's why it's called GunTube.
Well, I mean, I think
you understand.
What if I'm just naked eating a salad with a gun?
Rob,
as long as I guess there's a firearm involved.
Rob,
I can do that. I can get a one-legged naked guy eating a salad, no problem. Trust me, I'll have a gun laying on my lap.
There's a market for everything.
Okay, let me put it that way. At that point, you go on Pornhub, okay?
Gotcha.
Firearm content only, please.
Yeah, there's some guns in there.
It might be a small gun, but it might be a big gun. You never know.
Rob, you can call it a gun all you want. We know you need to use a microscope to see it.
So,
Oh, damn.
Oh man.
Tell me
Mr.
you have big hands and big feet. Come on now.
So, Mr. Rob D, you have anything you wanna plug before we get out of here?
Yeah, just R&L displays. Obviously, if you don't know, I do display stands, and got them for a few different platforms now, which cover hundreds of firearms. New to the collection is pistol displays. So got them for compact, full size, dual pistols, side by side pistols. So if you're interested in an American made product, you can use code G23 or Night Strike and save 15%. It's G2315 or Night Strike 15. And basically, what's the word there? Don't just put them on the line, put them on display. All right, that's the end of my sales stuff. Other than that, check out Willie the Bullet Man. It's been a pleasure tonight.
It's been a pleasure.
Especially getting some information and shooting things back and forth off somebody different. It's always a good thing. I'm sure the chat probably appreciates it too. So, and if there is new people out there, fraternize amongst each other respectfully. No looking up dresses, but look into one another. And thanks for having me. Thanks for joining us.
Yep. You guys were an awesome panel. And I'm going to play a Foss outro that he custom made for the show before we get out of here.
All right. And we lost Rob.